Good morning, everyone. Ding ding. How are y'all doing? Jimmy off to a great start this morning. Are you gonna have to move to Boston because Fubo partnered with them? No. How did Fubo partner with Boston? Can't wait to run on a bank. Everyone's outside FRCs right now. Says JPM News gonna delay things even longer? I mean, what do you delay what things? The FDIC's decision on who to sell the bank's assets to? Red Sox baseball team. I know who the Red Sox are. I'm not that sports uncultured. Atomic. Thank you though. What happens to puts when receivership occurs? I don't know. Is FRC still trading? No. FRC dead? What happened with the did anybody here have SVBA puts? Everyone got fucked, right? Probably get fucked. That's usually how that goes down. I mean, not a lot of banks have failed in my time as an adult. I think some of the people who sold the puts got lucky. Yeah, yeah. When did Nvidia go down? Not right now. Definitely not right now. I feel like if a stock stops trading, then puts should print more bigly. Like, I now have the right to make you buy literally nothing. Just give me your money. You get nothing. Well, if you're going to exercise them, then sure. When I become pontiff, our dinner is going to be hot dogs at a Yankees game just to make you as miserable as possible. Why would you want that? What a waste of money. Hope you had a restful weekend. Here's to an interesting week ahead. Yeah, it's going to be a spicy one. So we should have PMI data, I believe, at 9:45, and then we have ISM PMI employment and pricing at 10. Also, construction spending month over month. And then a little bit later today, we have the 3 and 6 month auctions. July 410 SPY, too much theta. Cool. I just bought QQQ puts. Thanks, NVIDIA. Oh, popcorn trader. You'll never learn. How likely is there a GME run today? I mean, if the market moves up and pressures the ETF FTDs, they're substantial. We don't know if they're on GME specifically, but the number of ETF FTDs today is quite large. If the market stays relatively flat, they'll probably net everything off without affecting the price too much. And then we'll just have like a slightly higher volume day on GME. Going to New York for Memorial, your top three pizza joints in order. If you're gonna go out to Brooklyn, La Industry. If you're gonna stay in Manhattan, Scars or Prince Street. SEX green while Spy is red. Nothing to see here. Yep, that makes sense. Do people not know how calls and puts work? Right to buy, right to sell. You'd be surprised how many people skipped that part. Assuming GME makes a VOP, after that, it's likely to go into a shorting period, right? Thank you for your time. I mean, it's likely to go into a shorting period regardless of whether it receives VOPs or not. Tell them to check out Sabaros. Fuck you, Hazy. Gherk tortilla pizza rolls or Chicago pizza soup? Pizza rolls. I bought Spy July 410Ps, 5 of them. Makes me feel like a real trader because they have theta and they're relatively close to the money. Okay. Congratulations. You got big boy puts? They are down. Nice. You've gone through such a wide range of emotions in the first 8 minutes of the market today, Popcorn. The AC at the office is broken, so I'm on one. I can tell. All right, this looks like it's starting to lose a little bit of its stability here. The upside on futures is fairly well defended at this price. Over the last few weeks, we haven't really crossed much higher. And when we did, we had significantly more momentum than we have right now. So I expect we'll see some kind of rejection. Um, or we're just going to stabilize here until the data comes out. 41.95 seems to be kind of the upper range there that we've yet to break through. When GME STDs? That's a good question. Too early to start talking bad about Chicago pizza rolls. Pizza rolls over deep dish, unliked, still subbed. So did you complete the triple crown and make some sweet, sweet baklava with the grandma? Anyway, what's the sell function that allows you to move the contract sell price on the graph itself? WeBull paper trading does not allow this. Thanks. Stop loss. Bank failures are bullish. Obviously, will this bank failure give us enough time to make it to 4,300? Or should we just settle for 4,200 and wait for the next failure to push higher? I mean, it's not so much that the bank failures were bullish. It's that, the bank failures were padded by additional liquidity, right? And additional liquidity was bullish. I cut my puts. July, too much time. Rolling them down to 4050 DTEs. Oh boy. What data are you waiting on today? In about 5 minutes, we have PMI data. And then in about 20 minutes, we have the ISM manufacturing data. Hmm. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm just pulling up some charts. Should have some 0DT information soon. Call side's pretty strong at 41.85. But fairly weak up into that point. And then the put side, very strong at 41.45, 41.40. So it looks like put and call interest is split in that $40 range, probably waiting on the incoming data. Or they were hedging the FDIC decision this morning. Ever looked at INTT? No. Earnings coming up. Okay. But I don't like playing earnings. WeBull paper trading does not have a stop loss. I've never heard anything good about WeBull paper trading. It may be good to get a better platform for it. What is the analyst consensus on the FOMC? Is the majority of them negative? Is it got 80% chance of a 0.25% rate hike? Good morning, Pickle Man. I'm sad today because my port is red. Do you still have Amazon puts? How much room does NVIDIA have to the upside? Well, we're above gamma neutral. So some. It moved back up above gamma neutral Friday, I believe it was. Delta neutral's falling off. Gamma neutral's at 272.59. I don't know. Could be short calls closing. Let me take a look. Yeah, I mean it's all really negative gamma up here. I guess as far as buy pressure pushes it. Some of this is probably residual from Friday. Yeah, there's about 150 million in positive gamma. So this could fall off pretty soon here. SPX starting to look a little more bearish as it pulls up towards resistance here. And ES getting rejected again at the 41.9275 level. So this will be the third rejection in this range between 41.90 and 41.95. If it rejects. Might have to give it a second. It's kind of waffling a bit. Will the data matter this time, or will the market pump regardless, like the data last week? I mean, it's very possible that the data will have some effect this time, since call buyers are kind of at the upper limit of their profitability, and so profit taking at these levels is encouraged. There's fairly strong resistance to the upside via short calls from like 41.90 to 42.25. I'm not saying they can't push it higher with 0 DTEs. They can. But I don't think it would last very long if they did. It's wild to me that the economy's in shambles and we're sitting here testing the top part of the JPM collar. To be fair, it's just the hedged equity 3 fund, right? It's not the big collar. It's the little baby collar. Good news, Gork. All of the ETF FTDs are on Nvidia. Go figure. I meant to ask in the stream yesterday, do you have any thoughts on what's going on with PBI, the Hestia activist shakeup? I had some a while back, but as far as I knew, there were no changes to the management or C-suite. Unless there have been. Is there news on that front? And the biggest problem with PBI is the management does nothing with the company. No, I blew up a couple ports doing what you always say not to do, playing earnings. Right now I have a bunch of SPX puts that I should have cut, but kept saying no way it can go higher. Oh, it can. Yeah, it can go higher. I hope you have some theta. 50.2, well, 50.4 expected. Thanks, Willem. Okay, so a little more contraction in the PMI data. That's global manufacturing. Or no, it's up. It's up versus it's below analyst forecast, but it's up over the previous print. Previous print was 49.2. So slight expansion there. I mean, ISM will be more important, but not necessarily bearish. What are the baby color strikes on SPX? 41.90 on the sold call. I don't know what the fuck I can't remember what the put and the short put are. They don't matter. They're nowhere near the money. One of their advisors recommended one of Hestia's board nominees, apparently. Not too much news, though, that I've seen. All right. Yeah, I'm still waiting for more to shake up there. I've been, I mean, I have like a news alert set on it, but I hadn't seen anything interesting. That I hadn't seen that either, though, so I wonder how effective that news alert is. Um, one board member is probably not going to be sufficient to shake things up. Yeah, I had an okay weekend. Thanks, Odorous Dan. It blows my mind that the ISM reports drive markets. Those things are garbage surveys. Yeah, I mean they do to some degree, only because the market's desperate for any data it can get right now. Not really because ISM, well, at least ISM manufacturing isn't generally that important. We also get more manufacturing reports than almost anything else. ISM services is usually pretty important. Just because we don't have there's not a lot of services data, right? So that one tends to weigh a little more heavily, but I don't think that comes till Wednesday this week. Manufacturing reports, we get from the regional Fed offices like 5 times a month, right? So JPM buying FRC's bags is bullish. No. But JPM can definitely handle the instability, right? Hmm. How's Dow doing today? Outperforming a little? Market listening to full bull on an infinite loop. Well, I mean, the next 2 days, anything can kind of happen, right? There's really nothing. There's really nothing except like the short positions to the up and the short call and the short put positions, the up and downside, restricting any movement on the 0 DTE front, right? So, I mean, they can pretty much pump all the way up to 41.90 without really running into anything super significant. There do seem to be a lot of future sellers at like the 4,200 level, so that may be the only thing keeping us from going up here. If JPM was counterparty to FRC's bags, how does that work? Well, now they can just pay themselves on the swaps, right? Be honest, how degenerate are some of your strangles going to be for FOMC? I'm thinking to have some $7 out of the money at the time of the meeting, expiring Friday. I mean, more degenerate than that because I'm not going to play SPY. But probably like at least one standard deviation out. Maybe like I'll open one at like 1.25 or 1.5. 2 to 7 likes to viewers ratio. Thank you, NW, for shaming the rest of the viewers for not liking the stream. I appreciate it. So the VIX measure of SPX volatility based on options in the next 30 days. But VIX affects the IV90 of further dated SPX options. Well, IV90 is just a measure of further dated options. VIX is a measure of SPX volatility based on options that are 23 days out or longer. The very top gap has almost been filled. A couple more dollars is all we need. We're nowhere near the very top gap. The very top gap is at like 4,200 to 4,220, 4,218. So no, it's not almost filled. I don't think we'd want to see it filled either. Any significant levels for Nvidia? No, I think this is just a little bit of carryover on the market maker side. Why did Linixis have to buy fucking calls and ruin GME's ETF FTD run that I wanted to sell covered calls on? The reason I mean the biggest reason I don't like SPY Hazy is not because it's cheap or vanilla. It's because your risk of assignment on sold puts is extremely high. Whereas SPX is European options, so they're cash settled at expiry. Is it concerning that an exception was made for JPM in regards to FRC? Yes. Welcome the world's first super bank. Let's see how many more exceptions they're willing to make in the future. Can you console me for my now underwater NVIDIA puts, even though I bought it at the top? Sure. Just checking in, doing a lot of driving around, so I can't stay. But I want to stop into like the stream. Thank you so much, newbie trader. Well, Nixus has to be doing this on a paper trading account. There's no way he has any cash left. I don't. I really don't care. John Smallberries, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club, man. The Medicis have entered the chat. AMD gonna AI tomorrow? They have earnings tomorrow, right? Fun. I mean, anything NVIDIA can do, Lisa Su can do better, right? So they're definitely gonna say AI a bunch. Although their goals with it may be more realistic. They don't tend to go for the flashy stuff as much as NVIDIA does. They're more results driven as a company. I don't know. I've heard some good things about their AI chips. They're supposedly more efficient and way cheaper. But it doesn't really matter, right? Because none of those chips are being bought or deployed. According to Amazon, the upfront cost is enormous, and it's going to take them years to roll out any type of cloud computing platform for AI. So I'm not particularly worried about AI generating any real revenues anytime soon. Mostly just hype. Isn't it brilliant for JPM to buy FRC because they got 13 billion from FDIC to help with that purchase? Yeah, I mean it's great for them. It's not brilliant. It's just very good for them. They're a giant bank buying another failing bank's assets at a discount. That's a tale as old as time, right? Concentrating banking power is something America's been all about for the majority of the first part of this century. Thanks, Clinton. Do you think there's going to be a GME run soon, like what Bob slash Linux think? I mean, I don't think either of them are generally right about GameStop. Um, we may have a run for May OPEX, although if sufficiently liquidity is realized through the ETF FTD period, no. New AMD CPUs are melting MOBOs. Cool. So are NVIDIA GPUs. What's your point? I sell how you can be an AI superstar courses. What do you mean AI is not making money? Did you see the article where Chat GPT CEO says the era of large and very large AI models is probably over? Oh shit, did anybody tell Jensen? We're gonna test 4300. Doesn't look like it. Ooh, ISM data's out. PMI up. Employment up. Manufacturing prices up. Ooh, manufacturing prices up a lot. New orders slightly up. Construction spending up. Bullish. No, it's not really bullish. I'm being sarcastic. Obviously expansion in industrials is and manufacturing is not ideal or in line with the Fed's goals, right? We're trying to get the economy to contract in order to reduce inflation, but Manufacturer prices are up 4 fucking points. A solid 4 points at that. And 3 points higher than um, analyst forecasts. Whereas the consensus was calling for a pullback in pricing. Seems like inflation not quite done yet. Almost every data set is pointing to inflation continuing to rise. By the way, I've been a Cornichon. I just had to reload my card I used for online purchases. But anyway, my SPX 4115 put expires Friday. I'm hoping for more red. Sounds like you're going to be pretty reliant on the Fed meeting. I don't think we're moving below like 4130 in the early part of this week, unless there's a significant collapse in call interest. I can't tell if you're sarcastic or not anymore. It's the longer you know me, the harder it is to decipher. By the stagflationary data, by the banking crisis, by the dip, by the crash. That's one. I mean, there's a lot of liquidity, right? Got to spend it on something. Hey, Gork, are you ready to pledge allegiance to the flag, the Constitution, and our overlord, Jamie Dizzle? I guess so. Wouldn't JPM seem like Fed? JPM's already bailing out banks, right? They're doing more to save the banking industry than the Fed is. I've learned that higher rates, job cuts, and openings, bank failure, AI, war and peace are bullish. Please give me something that is bearish. I can't find anything. Yields are surpassing the growth of most of the companies in the S&P. That's pretty bearish. There's really no positive way to look at that. It's almost like there are other variables contributing to inflation than the Fed's interest rate. Printing fuckloads of money and setting the energy industry on fire. I mean, headline inflation is down. So it's really not energy driving this, right? It's durables. It's a bullwhip. What's amazing is that the bullwhip in the American economy has happened several times historically, and everyone just seems to be ignoring the fact that it's been going on for the last year. Going on vacation for 10 days tomorrow. If those FTDs aren't posted, I won't be able to help until I get back. All right, no worries. Thanks for letting me know, Karl. I think we've got all the FTD information we need for now, right? It covers the current period, so. But Gork, green candles, much bullish. Not always. I would like to put my app in to be a super bank. Can you set up with contact with BlackRock, please? No. Mostly just because I don't want the competition. Do that again, cowboy. Are we gonna hit an all-time low on Upstart? I fucking really hope so. That would be awesome. Dude, a few weeks ago, a pickle-themed financial channel was talking about inflation of durables and the cycle that causes. Oh, really? Can you ship me like a link so I can check that out? Bullwhip is Cool Whip made with bull mayo. Change my mind. I would never want to. Not a lot of OI on GME weekly calls. Means most are staying away from the ETF FTD potential price improvement. Don't worry, it doesn't appear we're getting any. Generally speaking, if we're going to see price improvement from ETF FTDs, and they're not going to just try to net them off with no price improvement, we usually see that at opening bell. Remember that those FTDs are due by opening bell today. They're not due throughout the day, so Unless we see dark pool dumps later or something. It's just, it looks like we're just gonna have a like high volume grind down. Also, the market's been rejected in its upper range. Why does the market hate me? I don't know, man. Karl turns 2K into 30 and immediately goes on vacation. Imagine what's going to happen if Gork ever makes money. Look at that price improvement. Yeah, I know. It's phenomenal. I really wanted to sell covered calls today, too. Piece of shit. Dixie, largest green candle in a while on that data. It should help it. No, my previous comment fell between Chalky Seki's Ko-Fi lines. Help. I don't want to be here because I know I'll never leave. Who thinks it's Linux's fault that GME is not going to 20 today? I do. Have you guys noticed that ever since Linuxus started buying calls on ETF FTDs, or near them, that we haven't run for ETF FTDs? We used to run like fucking $20 on ETF FTD days. The DRS makes the price go down, and Linuxus ruins ETF FTDs. Thanks, Linux, you Cypriot fuck. I rolled my GME CCs 30 seconds before that spike on Friday. Fuck my life. It's okay, they're out of the money now. Oh, man. SPX is not liking this news. Dow isn't liking it much either. Oil's still down. Treasury's down today. Dixie up. Your Italian blood is showing. His paper trade causes a negative edge. Thanks, Daniel Mayo Splatterglatt. Whoa, that Persian Cypriot beef, man. You gotta let it go. I can't. Treasury two-year yield rises 15 basis points on the day to 14.16. Nice. The God entity decided we go to 41.90 today. Probably. Let me see how positioning's starting to look. Obviously, some of it fell apart there. Yeah, here's the thing. Most of the calls are at 41.85 right now. And things flip negative under 41.50. So we're not really near the call interest. The call interest is a bit out of the money currently. So not a lot of option support in this range, which means we'll probably be, well, price improvement will probably be determined by futures, until, at least until we hit a level where options interest is higher. And futures aren't looking so hot after their final test of 41.95. How's VIX looking? Still dead? No, that's not VIX. That's UVXY. Where did that come up? 1593, huh? Alright. Let's see what you got. Hmm. Doesn't matter if the SPX likes the news or not. Futures pump incoming no matter what, right? Well, don't forget that there's quite a lot of sellers to the upside on futures here. Not only at 4,200, but on SPX at like 4,185 and higher. There's a lot of sellers. Is there a point where it becomes too expensive for institutions to pump the market? Yeah. Yeah, it has diminishing returns. I wish I could trade. I just full ported upstart CSPs whilst I'm gone. Nice. If you look at SPY 0DT options, I'm getting a hunch they're more important than we have considered in the past. Volumes are massive. Yeah, I know they are. Um, I don't have a lot of data on SPY 0DT options, but I have some. I mean, that's one of the reasons me and Dork use like SPY so much. Well, the call 0DT interest is heavily centered around 416, 417. Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, 418? 418 is ridiculous on SPY right now for 0DTEs. 202 million positive gamma. 417's half of that, less than half of that. 416's almost fallen completely off the chain. 416's dropped to 5 million. Although 415 is 73 million, so there's still some downside support. I love when we're about to go down, not because of failing banks or constant reminders of entrenched inflation, but because we went all the way to the top. What better time to go down than from the very tippy top? Futures testing 41.95 again. Does this look bullish? Maybe a little. Switch long? Maybe. I wonder if the best way to do this is just to go calls 4180. Ooh, calls are getting expensive. Any low GME price target before May OPEX? Yeah, like 1550 to 1650 is my target range for GME before. Well, I don't know if it'll hit it before May OPEX, but ideally before May OPEX. With Nvidia breaking April's highs, it's not. Would you roll any remaining May puts forward? Thanks for all you do. I don't have any May puts left on Nvidia, I don't think. Do I? Oh, I do have a couple. Yeah, but those are bullshit. They're like 150s. I guess it depends on your strike. Is it worth rolling forward? If you're hedging AMD earnings with some calls, I feel like I should for once, so my puts don't think I'm completely neglected them while they die. Yeah, I'm gonna hedge AMD earnings. Absolutely. Hey, let's play just the tippy top. Jesus, here's another pump. Yep. Full bull for life. Love you, Goric. Thanks, Hestia. I appreciate it, man. 5K volume on Upstart, 15 puts for May 19. Is there a way to see if sold or bought? Probably not. I mean, you can look at the bid-ask spread. But yeah, probably not until later. Dad, when this thing's rugs, it's gonna rug hard, ain't it? If it rugs, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of sold put positions to the downside that would collapse and probably exacerbate any downside movement significantly. I'm currently short Apple though, Yoza homie. I've been selling bear call spreads on it. I do know that there was some insider selling. Also, you know, I think their cash flows are not looking very promising over the next like couple years. So I think Apple's near its top. I'm trying to be careful with it until earnings. I don't want to take too much risk prior to earnings, just because everything's so volatile right now. Good morning, Girk. I have NVIDIA 265 May 19s that are down 60%. Why didn't you sell them Friday when they were up? Did you wait for the Fed at this point? I mean, you kind of have to, right? About a single out the money put? This pump is my fault. I'm sorry. That's okay, man. At least you didn't ruin Jamie like Linuxus. The God entity is positioned comply or die, peasants. I've got NVIDIA made 270p that I'm thinking I need to roll because NVIDIA is at a 1-year high. I guess. I mean, you could if you want to. All the gamma to the upside on NVIDIA is negative, so it's not like anything's going on here besides, you know, short calls closing and reopening higher. Which means we're gonna just see gamma neutral move up even more. But I mean, anybody carrying like NVIDIA 270s or 265s right now that didn't take the opportunity to get out of them last week when NVIDIA was diving below gamma neutral, for shame. Wait, is AMD getting shorted or something? It's down on the day now. Maybe they're trying to get it so low so they can buy calls for earnings. Possibly. You don't ever bet against Apple, Benjamin Graham. It's risky. It's very risky to bet against Apple. Can be really profitable if you're right, though. How concerned are you that JPOW and the Fed are not going to do anything enough to fight inflation? I'm pretty concerned about it. I think there's a good chance that they don't because they're a bunch of spineless dickheads. Hopefully, though, hopefully they realize the position they're in and they understand the catastrophic effects that they could create by not being aggressive enough right now. You know, we have stagflation, we have a weakening dollar. You know, regardless of bank failures, the Fed really needs to get ahead of inflation, and they need to get ahead of it quickly. I don't think we need a long, drawn out recession. I mean, the effects of that over 10 years of time would be extremely detrimental to the future of the American economy, especially with competition heating up around the world, right? Maybe a little more downside here. Small bounce, then some more downside. God, this is the worst. Hey, futures have gotten rejected off 41.95 on almost every candle today. On the 5-minute. I wish one of these would actually pick a direction, but yeah, it could be that we're just not in for any excitement for the next 2 days. Upstart IV is so high because their earnings coming up. I mean, it bumps their IV a bit. Upstart IV is just high, generally speaking, though. Thoughts on AMD earnings tomorrow? I mean, they've already pulled back guidance twice now over the last year. Um, there's a good chance they could pull it back again. I mean, there's operation expenditure reduction and capital expenditure reduction rates across the board. Um, as you know, corporations continue to attempt to meet analyst estimates. So obviously, that's not good for them. Durables inflation helps them out a little bit on the profit side, but not a lot. So, I mean, I don't expect AMD to do well this year. I mean, they're kind of, unfortunately, in the same boat as NVIDIA on that front. Although their expectations for themselves are more muted. So, you know, they may be a little bit more stable, but I don't think their earnings are going to be particularly bullish. Now, are the things they say their earnings going to spike, you know, speculation on the back of AI interest? I have no idea. Not to mention the disincentivization that would occur for domestic and foreign dollars to participate in US markets. It would shake confidence pretty hard, in my opinion. I mean, that's pretty far off, but yeah, over time. I need to refinance my home loan in November. I currently have rate locked at 1.2%. I'm looking at an increase to 4.5. How fucked am I? Rates lower by then? Probably not. Maybe higher by then. Do you have another way around that, maybe? Because what a terrible time. Why would you move from a 1.2 to a 4? I mean, I don't want to know your personal business, but I don't understand why you'd move from 1.2 to 4.5. But Greg, the Fed is data driven and oil is down over the last month. Disinflation has started, demand destruction is oil's up over the last month. Oil was trading at like 68 a barrel a month ago. Demand destruction has just begun with. Oh, this is sarcasm. You're doing sarcasm things. I see. Not to mention the decentivization. Full ported upstart June 15 calls. Thoughts? Stupid. I know I bought them already, but you know, YOLO yo yo yo. Yeah. Why just fully expose yourself to just calls? And at that, not even very far dated calls. You know, you can sell like one put on Upstart and get like 4 calls for free, right? And then you're only out the cost of like 100 shares. Is it a good time to get into Amazon? Um, Not quite yet. I'm waiting. I think I can get it cheaper, but I am looking to buy Amazon at some point in the next 6 months. Gork, why am I a SPY 410's not in the money yet? Because the SPY's trading at like 415. Popcorn trader. Do you think there's much risk in holding the USD from Canada? Or you figure CAD is pretty much in the same situation? So they'll move more or less in tandem. They're pretty much in the same situation. They're heavily reliant on U.S. trade to fund their economy, right? So, yeah, I don't think those are going to diverge too much. I know what you're going to say, but count out my 39.50s for Friday. 10% terminal rate effective immediately incoming. Is there a bull case for GME? Yeah, absolutely. Do, do you want to know it? I'll give it to you. GME is moderately debt free. They don't have enough capital currently to fund any kind of significant expansion, but they could make some smaller acquisitions in order to increase the number of revenue streams they have available to them. They're currently profitable in a sector that is rapidly contracting. They have an opportunity to take over market share should they spur and fund a growth cycle in the next couple of years, which could lead them to being a sector leader in the next 5 years if executed properly, which would, see some increase in the valuation of their shares over time, especially if they were to build out their e-commerce infrastructure and increase e-commerce sales. Lower expectations greater than beat earnings with low expectations greater than get analysis upgrade from beating expectations greater than stock go up greater than rinse and repeat. Oh, you're not doing greater thans, you're doing just arrows. This is why arm loans are predatory. Yeah. Maybe the Fed's plan is just to grow the economy so fast that it outpaces inflation. No, because the GDP is contracting, right? And if we go off last year's realized GDP, you know, Q1 last year, the economy expanded 3.6%. Q1 this year, 1.1%. So not looking so hot. Or 1.6% for Q1 this year. Looking real bad, actually. Not negative yet, so still expanding, but still not good. Adjustable rate. How would you feel being down 20% on SPY July 370s? Well, I wouldn't own SPY July 370s. I'm looking for an exit by end of May. I hope you get one. Standard outside the US is like 2 to 5 year fixed rate. 30 years is not even an option here. I didn't realize you were outside the US. Full port in May monthly upstart $12 CSVs. Thoughts? What's the yield? I mean, is the yield worth the risk? If you want to own upstart, not a bad bet. I mean, a decent price, I guess, at least. Nothing makes me more anxious than when Popcorn Trader says a strike that I have. I wanted a little exposure over the weekend, so I strangled SPY at 415 and 417. This is fun. No, it's not. You fucking liar. Will your AMD hedge be June 16 to avoid crush? Yeah. At least June 16, maybe further. Are we seeing ETF buys now? We might be. Yeah. On GME? Possibly. Given that the market's completely fucking flat and GME is going up. But it also means that they're just netting, right? And they're not like pushing through 1 million FTDs right now. Otherwise this price would be going up much faster. The oil pump last day of March, April average oil price is about 15% higher than March. Yeah. Anyone who thinks that this will be that we'll see something beyond 50 BPS rate hikes might as well make a bet that the ghost of Volcker past comes back from the grave. I mean, I don't think we'll see anything beyond 50 BPS, but I think we should, like, the Fed should do 50 BPS, right? At least get in line with core, you know? Try to outpace core over the next 3 months. Pepsi to 200 by June or July. Oh, Jesus. Is the massive Fubo $1 P May 4th and the 150C May 12th remind you of any other suppression entries by big firms? Well, you mean the flip to net synthetic long? Yeah, it does. There's a few things it reminds me of. Also, Fubo pretty illiquid right now. What kind of idiot would buy SPY 370Ps for July? I have them for May 19th. What is GM on Nvidia? Gamma Max? Oh, it's like 300 something. 305. It's been like 300 since like the beginning of April. Like April 5th. Can Upstart go down more? I want some $20 April 2024s. Sure, it could. If the Fed increases, if the Fed doesn't create an effective pause this week, Upstart could go down a lot more. So, if they move forward with like 0.25 but increase guidance over the next 6 months, that'll mean continued instability in the credit markets, right? Which is bad for Upstart. That's why I mean, like, I like the way Upstart looks this week, but I don't want to get too much exposure until the Fed decision is in. Is there any benefit to using the hollow candles over the filled ones? Probably not. I know the filled green candle can then indicate downward movement. The candles don't indicate anything. They're just data. What's up with June put OI on VIX? What do you mean? There's a lot of it? July put away. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? It's probably hedging. Thoughts on Upstart earnings? Think we get another pop like the past two? I mean, they might beat again. They did pretty well last time. Although the environment's become less favorable, right, over the last quarter. And lending shockingly isn't down that much. Everyone's always talking about how bank lending is falling off, but I mean, maybe in regional banks and subprime, but big commercial banks are still lending at a rate pretty much on par with what they were lending in 2021. They need to, right? They've got all that fucking duration risk on their books. They want to loan out money, right? And lock in those higher rates. So I think that narrative is bullshit. Netflix looking weak today. I don't know. Netflix has been looking weak for a couple weeks now. I have puts on it, but they're pretty far dated for the most part. My favorite thing about this whole market is that Nvidia has almost the exact market cap of Berkshire Hathaway. It's beautiful. Is this pump going to get rejected again? I don't know. I mean, we might not get any substantial movement till the 3 and 6 month auction are on off the books. There's some increase in 41.85 call buying. Um, Maybe a little bit of an increase in 41.90 call buying. So there's a skew to the bullish side, but it's not very significant yet. I do think I'm gonna cut this put. I'm trying not to cut my call side of the straddle too early today because I keep doing that and I keep getting fucked. But I really kind of want to. Maybe I'll wait a minute on cutting the put here. Like one more pullback, form a wedge, and then break up. You mentioned 4180 to 4190 being a brick wall. Is that still the case? Yeah, nothing's changed on that front. Um, I mean, a big chunk of those sold calls are JPM's hedged equity fund 3. So those aren't going anywhere, right? They're not going to get squeezed out or anything. They're just going to sit there like a turd on the sidewalk. Thoughts on Jamie D saying the banking crisis is over now? I mean, it is for him. He just acquired a regional bank, probably for pennies on the dollar, and took on another 100 billion in deposits. VIX to close the gap at 12.2 of 2020. That's not, VIX doesn't care about fucking some gap from 2020. Nvidia same as Honey Badger? Yes. What's the book that you recommend reading on trading? I have a list of books I recommend people read over on the subreddit in the wiki. Did some DD on TFC and it may be in danger of insolvency. Do you have any thoughts on this? What DD? Say more. not less. Why are they in danger of insolvency? I think you're just tuning in from our BBBY. Apparently, BBBY is the next American Airlines. What, Karl Icahn's gonna buy it out and fuck over all the shareholders? Good morning, Taco Man. Head and Shoulders almost done forming on SPX. Is it though? Hmm. I feel like I want to take profits on the call side here and leave the put side open. VIX's still falling though. Hmm. Head and Shoulders just failed, I think. I mean, it didn't. But this also isn't a Head and Shoulders, so. You still have your call hedge? Yeah, I mean, I still have the entirety of my straddle from Friday. I haven't closed any of it. But I'm straddled at 41.55. So like I want to close the call side, but I think the market's going to pump higher. Is there any way to hedge IV crush on straddles? You can spread them overnight. Risky though, but you can. You can sell. So, if you have a straddle, say you have a straddle at 41.60, overnight you could sell like a 41.70 call, and you could sell a 41.50 put for like 1 DTE, and you can offset. But it's super risky with the market as volatile as it is right now, right? I mean, it's your loss there is minimized by the spread you're creating, but it's still kind of risky right now. Generally, I do that during the day and not overnight because it's much easier to manage the positions during the day. Bobby's up almost 1/10 of a cent from Friday's close. Next stop, the moon. Okay. After 2 years of watching Jimmy, it's pretty predictable within a range for selling CCs and CSPs, especially after a large run. Anything wrong with only playing this stock, or should I diversify to Best Buy? Um, I don't think there's anything wrong with only playing GameStop, if that's where you feel comfortable and it's where you're profitable. There's no problem with that. I mean, there might be some opportunity cost, but maybe not. Any crystal ball on HCP price action over the next month? I still have some sold calls out on it at $26. No. It's very much within my buy range. Although it does currently appear to be failing, so it may be dropping below 26 soon. I mean, I don't think anything too exciting has been going on there. Earnings have been getting better, but moderately. And it doesn't have earnings again until June, so yeah, I don't really see anything exciting happening. Maybe just drag with QQQ. We megaphoning? Not yet. No. I got the lien release letter on my car on Saturday. First time in my life without a car payment. Let's go. Nice, dude. Congratulations. What do you think about the future of Palantir? I think they're well positioned to take on a serious role in like the SaaS sector. But I think it's gonna take probably several more years before their profitability has a significant effect on their share price. Their growth is resilient but very slow. Longtime follower. Been gone since Bobby died last run, but still love listening to your market opinions from AMC to GME to Bobby to Pokemon. Now back to just good old fashioned Fang accumulation. Thanks, Bubba Gump Corporation. Welcome back, man. It just feels like whatever majority is doing, the stock does the opposite. We need people to stop shorting Nvidia. Why? God damn, my eye itches. Um, I don't want to. Good morning, Shill. What's up, Shill? Trina, hey Gurk. Hey Trina, how are you doing? Good to see you around. Morning, Gurk. I just popped on. Data this morning seemed bearish to me. Is this thing gonna leg down or stay propped up till FOMC? It could very well stay propped up to FOMC. Although we may trade in the lower range before FOMC. I mean, the next 2 days are going to probably be decided today and tomorrow are going to be decided likely by zero DTE positioning, right? And at least currently, that positioning is bullish-ish. NVIDIA put leaps are so cheap. I know. I've been buying a lot of them. How did my Meta 5.5 235p look? Um, Meta's pulling back a little bit today. That's probably a good sign. I mean, they look pretty fucking good right now, right? That's got to be putting a bit of a drag on NASDAQ. Microsoft and Netflix are red on the day, too. Google, Amazon. Fucking NASDAQ's not doing so hot. My non-governmental employer recently announced that we'll be using Palantir for IT project tracking. I may have floated the idea to them in the fall 2020. Very slow to adopt. Yeah, yeah, their expansion has been slow, but I think ultimately the people that rely on their software come to rely on their software more and more as it becomes embedded into their own internal infrastructure. Um, and that's really where Palantir is seeing a lot of its growth. Is it's not so much in its accumulation of customers, it's in its customers' continued reliance on the software, um, and expansion of the use of that software internally, right? So, um, very similar, yeah, very similar to like CRM's growth, but maybe less rapid. Don't get me wrong, like SaaS is not a field that I'm super familiar with, and I know a lot of you guys are, programmers and stuff, and you're more directly interacting with those products than I ever will. But at least from their financial analysis, that's kind of the trend that appears to be forming, and I like it a lot. I mean, I think it's a really good long term investment, but very very long term. You did, Trina. Yep. I heard about your husband passing. I'm very sorry to hear that. I hope everything's well with you and your family. It's just Nvidia, apparently. It's the Nvidia 500. Meta filed for a debt shelf offering. Ooh, bearish. Lily puts looking like Nvidia puts. I got plenty of time on Lily. I mean, Lily's just a technical breakdown, and it hasn't really hit the top of that technical level yet. So I'm kind of just accumulating them. The spreads are really wide, so it's hard to get entries. But I'm buying them over like the next couple weeks. But yeah, Lily not really same like Nvidia. Uh, not there's not nearly as much hype there, and most of the current upside price action is just the burning off of like call positions that opened before earnings. There's no like new call positions accumulating. Its options chain looks pretty bad, and it's moving towards gamma max yet again. So usually it tests gamma max for like a small period of time, and then within like a week or so it starts to fail. And when it fails really fast, especially around the time of their dividend. No problem, Trina. Once all your projects and systems are in Salesforce, it's hard to get out. Yeah, I don't know. He said that Meta is filing for a debt shelf offer. If anything brings Salesforce down a few pegs, it's their sales guys' massive egos and lack of research into doing a pitch. Maybe. Here we go, 4,200. Looking a little more bullish, yeah. Slow grind though. I mean, this is not encouraging, right? Do you think we could see Upstart sub 13 before Wednesday? Yeah, that's possible. Lilly announces the use of AI platform for its pharmaceutical sales. No, it did not. Do you usually set percent targets for abandoning a losing side of a straddle or wait until a breakout the other way is confirmed? I mean, for this straddle, I have till May 19th on the put side, and I plan to hold the put side of it, right? I'm at 41.55. I have no reason to close. I have, I have like a couple weeks of theta, so yeah, I'm gonna hang on to it. Sometimes, but yeah, it's very dependent on how much theta I have. Imagine VIX being the lowest it's been in 18 months, right before FOMC and inflation data, all while we've had the biggest run of bank failures since '08. Yep, yep. No fear in the market at all. Realistically, how quickly can we go back to 4,000? I mean, it could happen in like a day, right? And you guys have all witnessed, 400, 500 BPS days to the downside. We've witnessed 600 BPS days to the upside. Don't assume that the SPX can't move if liquidity flows in, especially if it flows in opposite from the direction it's been stagnating in. There's about, I mean, on futures, there's about according to Goldman, there's about $287 billion worth of positions that would sell off on a move below 41.30, which would only accelerate, the downside momentum of the market maker hedge, and then, throw zero DT puts on top of that fire, and you got a barbecue going. Do you think we could break down by the end of June? We could. We could break down before then. What was the top of your green bar for this week? 41.90? No. The top of my green bar is at like 42.04, I believe, and change. We're expecting the first half of April FTD data today. We should see it today. It's the first. Because I don't think it's going to happen today, Wetzel's Pretzels. I just said it can happen in a day. I mean, the momentum to the upside's gone again, right? We're in a similar position to where we were March 31st, right? Where we blew out all this upside momentum, and now longer dated calls, they want to take profits, right? Because their positions are now stagnating and burning value. So this is kind of how there's diminishing returns on those zero DTEs, right? Is the zero DTEs can run a lot of price action really fast, but it can't sustain without the support of longer dated call positioning, right? So you need these calls in order for these levels to hold. So the zero DTs, they can run the price up through these levels, but they can't sustain a price all on their own, not for long. And as those zero DTs run into resistance and calls become more expensive, right, which they do the more you go up, these call buyers that are holding the floor, they want to take profits, right? Because their profitability on their position has maxed out, and it's only decaying from that point forward, right? So they're just burning theta but not making any money, and that encourages them to start closing out their positions, right? And as they close out those positions, it requires more and more now overpriced zero DTE call buying to sustain the current price action, right? So unless they can put even more calls in the money and create a new floor by continuously raising the price, then the position begins to collapse. And as the position collapses, then, put buyers start to come in, right? Because they start to gain some confidence in the move down. And then that can accelerate the downside, which can cause a collapse of whatever remaining call positions there are. So yeah, I mean, yeah, the zero DTE options are very effective at moving the market level to level, but they're not very effective at sustaining any fixed price for a long period of time. So basically, like a shark, if they stop swimming, they die. Sharkish. From Thursday to now, it looks like one giant stair stepping up, no big pullbacks. That's the idea. If there are pullbacks, then the zero DTE positions collapse, right? So you've gotta constantly, it's gotta constantly be pushing price improvement. Otherwise it fails. True for most sharks, not however for nurse sharks. Okay, listen, I don't need a lesson in, shark biology right now, Paris, but thanks for the fun fact. Shark X Shrimp Gang? How do sharks know that stopping swimming is deadly? I mean, I don't know. They're probably because they can't breathe when they stop swimming. That might encourage them to breathe more or move more. It has to fail eventually. Well, eventually you stop getting call buyers in entrenched positions, right? So eventually the call buyers stop buying long dated calls because the calls get too expensive or there's too much resistance and it becomes like a risky proposition. All the same reasons that call buyers stop buying calls normally. So, right now, longer dated call buyers, they're not really buying above 4,200, right? They're not really buying above 4,180. And that kind of puts a limit on the range that like zero DTs could come in full force and push us up to 4,200, right? But without any calls there to sustain the price, we'd just fall right back to 4,180. And since the call buyers don't want to buy those farther dated call positions at 4180, 85, 90, 95, 4200, right? That strike is massively sold. All those strikes are. So, it's not a good proposition for them to invest, money into a part of the smirk that is heavily skewed short. Stop loss on? I think so, yeah. This still looks pretty bullish. Or at least it hasn't turned around much yet. Uh, 4185 buying increasing here. Some of the in the money calls right now, the zero DTs are selling off a bit. Some of the puts are closing too. So yeah, I think we're likely to move higher today. At least a little bit. There's just a lot of resistance. ExxonMobil created excited to come to purchase for the new subterranean drilling company VIX. This news comes as the company has its shares trading at 18-month lows. Jesus Christ. Baby shark do. Are there any longer dated put buyers? Yeah, there's some. Who wins in a fight, a gorilla or a great white? I don't think they would fight each other, and they don't live anywhere near each other. How much higher can we go? We could go a lot higher. We could see. I mean, if JPOW's essentially moving into an effective pause, but if guidance doesn't indicate um, any continued rate increases this year, then I could see upside call positioning, the short call positioning that's currently protecting our upside, pulling back. I mean, the JPM collar is not going to move. But I really don't think that's going to happen. The Fed isn't going to handicap their ability to raise rates in the future. Is there a significant chance we don't see any upstart price improvement due to FTDs? Oh yeah, absolutely. I think anything most of the excitement I have for upstart FTDs this week revolves around the fact that increased volume flows will improve volatility and allow me to enter um, like synthetic long positions, very long positions, right? As we move towards the earnings period. I don't think upstart FTDs necessarily have to lead to any price improvement. And if the Fed remains hawkish and strong on their stance against inflation, I think upstart's got more downside. Sorry to spam. Are we seeing any accumulation of longer dated puts with VIX so cheap? Sure. I mean, they don't have a lot of gamma. They're very far out of the money, but they're there. Are my upstart 1250 CSPs safe? No, that's not a real thing. Shark would win if the gorilla is in the water, and the reverse is true if the shark on land. What time does JPOW speak today? He doesn't. He speaks on Wednesday at 2:30. If he doesn't increase the target rate on Wednesday, the market is going to rip. No, not necessarily. I mean, the entire decision Wednesday is going to be based on his guidance, right? Like the direction of the market is going to be based on the Fed's forward guidance, not on the rate increase. Unless the rate increase is like 0.5, in which case we're going down. Um are my QQQ 300Ps for June safe? Also no. No option is safe. That's not how options work, unless it's hedged. What's up, Gurk? What's up, Dork? How you doing, man? Enjoying the wilderness of Oregon? Watch out for those creepy spiders. Fubo gonna single-handedly save the market. I highly doubt it. I'm currently in Portland, about to get breakfast, then dip out to the coast. Dope. Linux promised me Jamie MOASS today. So far, I'm disappointed. I'm sure he is too. He's blown up yet another paper trading account. In your opinion, how many internet users are actual bots put in place by the lizard people who run this simulation we call life? All of you. Found out my house had a CO leak? Freaking crazy. Oh, maybe you'll be more normal now. Do you think Fubo's price action is ETF FTDs? Sorry if I missed your explanation earlier. Yeah, it could be. Fubo has a decent number of FTDs through this period. Or not a ton, but a few. It's got some sold put pressure on it, that's for sure. There's like 41,000 puts expiring this week at the dollar strike. Who runs the lizard people? More bots from the aliens. Is the chosen one he can break out of the matrix? Give it to me straight. Did the market crash this morning? Only up, dork. Only up. Yay. JPM is actually the most fortressy of fortresses. The one time fucking oh god. Never mind. I'm confused, FRC. Can you help? After SVB, we're all sure the banking crisis was contained. Is this not a crisis then? Is it crime? Also, why did FRC move FRC liquidity? Thanks. Well, the banking crisis is obviously not as contained as, people previously thought. But now it's all good. Don't worry about it. My girlfriend says hi. Hi, Dork's girlfriend. I'm going to Costco to get groceries, but I'll spend very little because I've lost everything to Nvidia puts. Don't you have like September puts or Jan? Shut the fuck up, half squart. Later, Dork. Have fun, man. When one bank falls in love with another bank's distressed assets. Market up, VIX down. Market down, VIX down. Market sideways, VIX down. VIX up, market die? Yeah. I mean, it's not good for it, right? You really think September puts are safe? Remember when May puts were enough theta? No. I don't feel like May puts have been enough theta since before earnings. They were enough theta before earnings. They were also up before earnings, which was cool. Ooh. The fuck? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. The 4180 interest is still really low. Give it to a straight Gherk. Are we ripping or dipping? I think this is gonna bounce. Some put buying came in there pretty aggressively. Um, but call buying's picking up again, so I think just like a reposition here. Trying to see what changed. NASDAQ slid really hard. Jesus. And NASDAQ's having a terrible day today. I guess that NQ liquidity is starting to dry up. How's Street Fighter? I fucked around with the demo a little bit. It was neat. It doesn't really have a lot of options, but I only got to fuck with it for like 30 minutes. I was pretty busy all weekend. Biggest bull trap before FOMC. What makes you think it will bounce? Well, because right when we hit the bottom there, calls started to accumulate in greater numbers. So the zero DTEs are trying to push again. I did almost get stopped out of the long side of my straddle on that one, though. I wasn't prepared for a drop that big. Nvidia's shaking out some shorts today. I think short calls are closing on it. So yes, but I think they're just repositioning higher. Well, like it doesn't have like training mode or anything, so and it's only got two characters, so you can't really mess around with much. I spent the last week on vacation reading TA of the financial markets, Am I as good at trading as you are now? Sounds like it. Are you selling any CCs on GME yet? It looks dead. No, but I want to. It does look dead. It looks like a big pile of shit. Hmm. Interesting. More VIX up? This is odd. VIX doesn't go up. Hold on. Something's broken. Yeah, there's a futures sell off, but um do I need to hedge the downside here? I think I might need to set a stop on my straddle. That's very interesting. Hmm. I'm trying to determine if this is a real failure or we're just going to bounce and retest 4,200 on futures. Uh, I don't know. The call position is not capitulating very quickly, but VIX is rising, so maybe it doesn't matter. No, VIX is going to come back down, right? Say by one more call. Not yet. Would the 18 and 19 cc range on GME for May 19th or May 26th be ideal? And close them once we get short into the OPEX period. Thanks. I mean, it could be for you. I mean, it depends on, I think, your own risk tolerance. I'm not sure I'm much help there. Big volume on GME. Stop selling CCs, Gork. You're killing our boy. Well, there's big volume because there's big ETF FTDs, right? But they're not producing any positive price action because we don't have the perfect storm of ETF FTDs plus the market going up. Was that only futures? No, no, no. That was SPX put buying. A lot of it. The calls you saw coming in were probably sold then. Mm, they're awfully close to the money. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's less likely. Have you heard of Cult of the Lamb? It's a dungeon crawler with cult leader sim mechanics. You can turn your viewers into cult members. Hashtag not a cult. I've already. What? We already did that. Hey, Girk, are you enjoying Linux Is there a chance the 1.3 million FTDs were due on Friday? No, they were due today. ETF FTDs need more than just to exist, right? Nowadays. We don't have the options chain stacked to the brim like we used to. So, in order for ETF FTDs to have any significant effect on price action now, you need the market to also rise simultaneously. So you need pressure against their ability to internalize positioning. If we had a lot of calls on the chain, we probably wouldn't need that, but we don't. So asked 20 minutes ago if we could see Upstart below 13 by Wednesday. Looks like we'll be seeing it there before midday. Dope. All right. Okay, still looks good. Fix to 16. Maybe not. Nasdaq down 40 BPS now. Fuck, man, I want to get more puts right now, but it still looks like it's gonna bounce. Maybe one last hurrah to the upside. Oh shit! I already made 20% on fucking LMT. Dope. I didn't even notice that. Are you holding on off on Upstart CCs until the Fed decision? I mean, I have most of my Upstart CCs are open still, right? I was selling them when it was moving up towards $20. Not opening them as it was dropping. You mean CSPs? Yes. CSPs I'm holding off on. A little bit. I'm going to enter some before the Fed decision, but not anywhere near all of them. Maybe like 15% of the position. I'm straddled now, so let's go with that thesis. All right. I think a bit more uppies for Fubo this week. I mean, they have earnings this week, so it could be a lot more uppies for Fubo this week. I meant CCs. The ones I sold a while we were up have all expired by now. Oh, um, I still have some that are open, but I've been closing them because they're up like 80-90%. I want to get in Dole and waiting for it to drop, but it only goes up. Welcome to my personal hell. I bought Dole like the day I made it a pickles pick, and ever since then it's done nothing but rocket upwards. So I've not been able to DCA at all, uh, which really sucks. 519 Nvidia 275p. Okay. You're just like playing a pullback to gamma neutral? I've played that before a few times on Nvidia now. It's not terrible. It's not suffering from success. It just really sucks, right? Like I wanted like a substantial position and I got to buy, like 30% of it. And then the stock just fucking rocketed. Which is cool for the 30% I own, but it's not nearly the position I wanted. Might I offer you a Keurig in these trying times? You son of a bitch. Still think we're gonna bounce? Yeah. Unfortunately, I wish I didn't think that, and I could just pile into more puts. But yeah, it still looks like we could. The worst part about this is I don't want to buy. I don't want to buy a call, or I don't want to buy puts because they might be cheaper. I also don't want to buy more calls because the upside's got a lot of resistance, and I already have too many. I have like 30 calls right now. The Dole trucks park outside my apartment on the freeway overpass, so I measure their success directly with how often I see their drivers napping. I haven't seen any in a while. Bullish. Interesting. I like where your head's at on this turd. Can you keep me updated on that and let me know when they start parking again so I can get ready to buy more Dole? I will say that the Dole dividend has been cool. It's not bad. It's like a 2.6% yield. I should probably be using that to offset continued DCA at a higher price, but meh. Gerg, is this it? Are we in a bull market now? No. Sorry. I just looked at Fubo options now. Selling CCs on it right now isn't worth anything. No, it's not. However, selling puts on it's pretty decent. So in summary, market uppies if JPOW announces a pause in rate hikes, market downies if rate hikes by 50 BPS and or terminal rates are moved up, correct? No, I don't think that the market does uppies if he just does 0.25 and holds the current terminal rate. I mean, that's still bad for everything. Market up if he doesn't do a rate hike at all. Yeah, everyone keeps saying that it looks like the bottom was in October, but S&P EPS is just dropping like a rock, as are PE ratios, right? So, and earnings over the next like 2 years look like the market's headed to PE of like 18 or 16, and then if you shave off 5% inflation from that, you're looking at a drop to like 14 to 12 P like S&P PE combined. So it's like not that bullish, right? If companies don't make money, how bull? How more bull? 0.25 would be priced in now, but zero point 0.5 would create havoc. 0.5 might crash the market. 0.25 is and priced in, but the liquidity risk isn't. I mean, it still drives up liquidity risk, right? Fed printer goes bull. I mean, no, the Fed is not no. Absolutely fucking not. The Fed is pulling back the printer. They're putting it in cold storage. Point 0.3 increase. Well, you just want to confuse everybody? If 0.5, I'll carry a heart-shaped locket with JPow's picture in it for the rest of my life. Well, I mean, we have GDP data that infers stagnation, right? So we'll have to see how the Fed decides to address potential stagflation, because the possibility of a stagflationary period is very real now. 1 second, I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. How do you get a green name by becoming a member? Someone really doesn't want SPX below 4170 at all. Nope, no, they don't. I'm a grown man and I just discovered K-pop music. Some of those songs are catchy as fuck. I've never listened to K-pop. Should the Fed get the shredder out? How are they doing with reducing their balance sheet? Actually, not bad. I kind of wrote about it pretty extensively last night, but and they've made balance sheet reductions over the last month. Well, since the banking crisis of like roughly 95 billion, and then their like excess capital on loan to reserve banks has dropped back down like 304 billion since they injected all that liquidity during the banking crisis. So they've almost clawed all of that excess liquidity back, and they continue to shed their balance sheet. Meanwhile, M2 money supply has been moving negative for the trailing 12 months by 4.13%, which, you know, historically should guarantee inflation. But I think that's also like, that's the bull case with the Fed, right? That's the dove case, is that the Fed is going to rest its laurels on the contraction in money supply and make the assumption that contracting money supply will lead to the recession anyway, and they don't need to do any more to force it, right? I think that would be a terrible, terrible mistake if they think that. Hopefully they're not that stupid, because it ignores the fact that there is currently more liquidity in the system than there's ever been. And that, you know, any kind of hesitation on the Fed's part at this point could lead to wild amounts of speculation in the market, which has already shown itself to be exuberant in the face of, not even exuberant, completely irrational in the face of incoming data. So if the Fed loses their already tenuous grip on moderating that speculation, who knows what could happen. We could hit, you know, I mean, they put themselves at risk for hyperinflation significantly. So hopefully they're not that fucking stupid. Has the Fed made a move without telegraphing it? Yeah, a couple. Last year, June and September last year. No one really saw those 0.75 hikes coming in like that. Is now a good time to buy a home? No. I really hope we get 0.5 or 0.75. I think those really aren't on the table, except for the fact that the GDP data infers stagflation. So they would only be on the table if the Fed wants to aggressively tackle potential stagflation. If the Fed doesn't feel that one preliminary GDP report is sufficient to infer stagnation, then I don't think 0.5 or 0.75 are on the table. If they did 0.75 at this point, I think the market would crash. We would get more bank failures. Brett, thank you for hooking up Half Squart and Strat9 with some Cornichon memberships. Guys, give Brett a shout out and welcome aboard. Thinking of selling Upstart $20 P to either DCA into the position at approximately $10 a share or capture unexpected runs. Is this regarded or a fairly sound entry plan? Could be okay. We're going to get more bank failures from 0.25. Probably not immediately. I guess PacWest might have some risk on 0.25. I don't know if it'd be enough to blow them up though. 0.5, you're going to start to get MBS risk. 0.5, 0.75 would lead to increased MBS risk, which exposes a whole new swath of regional banks to failure. How do you break stagflation? You need growth, like true growth, or you need shit. It's not easy. You need growth, or you need to stomp out inflation. You just stomp out inflation so hard that you can move back into a period of quantitative easing. You could go the other way. You could push inflation higher. But that's a dangerous game. What better way to get the debt ceiling raised before a default than crashing the market? Yeah, right? Nothing will bring people across the aisle faster than their 401ks plummeting into the dirt. Congress people do not like when their retirement accounts get fucked with. I'm a real estate agent. If you're looking to buy, it's a great time. If you're looking to sell, surprisingly, also a great time. This is prefaced with as long as you use me as your agent. I did take an Uber the other day. We got into the topic of housing, and I said I sold mine last year and just renting now. He told me I should buy now while they're low. I'll wait. Yeah, there's a reason he's maybe an Uber driver. The homes in my neighborhood are still listing and selling for ridiculous markups. Makes me think middle class people still have too much money. Stagflation confirmed. They do. Up 25% on May 26, 1850 GME Am I being greedy by holding for more downside? I don't think so. I mean, it sounds like you have plenty of time and you're not up very much. It's a dangerous game. JPOW, danger's my middle name. Wink. To think these institutions don't understand this would be silly. They're doing just like you said, passing off the bags and then letting everything fall. Yeah, but people are very susceptible to that, right? And look how many people just in our Discord, and our Discord should be the most bearish place on the planet. But look how many of them truly believe that there's like a potential for economic turnaround. And they believe it beyond, greater fool, right? I mean, most investors don't know how to read a balance sheet. They don't understand that, declining revenues by 30-40% year over year aren't good, right? They just see the price and they buy the thing. And those are the people that get destroyed, right? And that's the majority of people. They hear the news and, they think that all of the analysts have their best interests at heart, because why wouldn't they? Why would they come onto their news and lie to them? I can see your comment, Trevor. I don't know why Fluffy timed you out. I know why he timed Bob out, and I support that decision. I'm dumping my real estate bags on a greater fool currently. Plan on renting till prices drop below 2020. Yeah. It's hard to tell who in the Discord actually believes that and who is joking about it. It is. It's difficult. Most people in here know nothing of the bond market, regardless of what we have learned about stocks. Yeah, that's I know that. Although, Intelligent Investors spends several chapters discussing the bond market in depth. And it's the very first book I recommended anyone read. So that just tells me that no one's done the required reading. Clearly, we need a pop quiz. Hey, Gorik, it's been a while. When's the most likely time for MOASS? You were here this morning, and no MOASS. It's fake. Plop quiz. My dog ate my financial homework. Any insight on this futures dance at VWAP? No. Everything's the same as it was 15, 20 minutes ago. Looks like it's gonna bounce, still flat. I mean, I personally think one more push for like 4,200 on the future side, but uh, it's losing its momentum a bit, you know? There are only 14 bonds. Best one was Sean Connery. Why buy any other? Oh boy. FUBO Red Sox partnership. Yep. The last two times the Fed tried to pump interest rates were 2004 through 7 and 2015 through 18. Does that suggest 2008, 2019 Volmageddon were results of the rate hikes? I thought so, but I wasn't sure. No, Volmageddon was not a result of the rate hike. Also, Volmageddon wasn't in 2019, but I won't get into that. Hmm. Yeah, the contentious point here seems to be futures at 41.90, which is interesting because futures should have a little bit more upside range. There shouldn't be so much pushback at 41.90, but there's a decent amount. Brett, thank you so much. Innocent, welcome to Cornishon. Do you expect Upstart up soon? No, not necessarily. But I do expect puts to become more valuable. At which point I will sell puts to buy calls for when it does go up in the future. Yields are ripping kind of today, though. Yeah, they are, because the market's stagnant. Yields are not just kind of ripping, they're ripping like fucking crazy today. Yep, we might see the 20-year move above 4% again, which will be fun. That's on BTU here. I mean, I love BTU. I think the price isn't terrible. I mean, I don't think you're ever going to buy it for 20 or $18 again unless like the market crashes before commodities heat up. They're affecting $1 billion share buyback, which is like 1/3 of their current market capitalization, and they're continuing to make 600 million or so a quarter in free cash flow. So ahoy Gurk, is this a good week to DCA into nummy SPX puts or QQQ puts nummiest? Uh, they can both potentially have equivalent levels of nummy. I mean, SPX will print harder because it's 10x the leverage. Do you think the market is ripping because they think FRC is going under means a forced Fed rate cut? If so, they're in for a nasty surprise on May 3rd, I think. No, I think the market's just ripping because they've bought calls on it. I think everybody is well aware that the Fed is going to move forward with at least 0.25 on Wednesday. I don't think there's any delusion around that. Now, if the Fed continues to take a strong stance on not cutting rates this year and somehow makes it clearer than they already have, it's possible the market will stop pricing in those rate cuts. Is BABA ETF FTD covering period expected to hit this week or later? This week. And BABA's not really moving up much today or at all. Um, but I think there's still some room for it to bounce. I mostly just want to enter new puts. But yeah, there's some short exhaustion there that's probably likely to be realized. The composition of men wills us higher and we obey. Positioning greater than data or greater than economic data. Can you push my 417C 1 DTE in the money? I bought it at the top. Well, the bounce that I wanted to happen is happening really, really fucking slowly. But now I'm getting cucked by LMT. Where did my extra 5% go? Go the fuck back up, you piece of shit. Hmm. I mean, Dow's doing good. What the fuck? Here we go. Okay. Call interest picking back up at 41.85 again. It's looking a little stronger. I think we still want to see this move above the, like, significantly above the 41.75 level for us to get any kind of real momentum here. But yeah, it's looking better. Fire 1, 4, and 6 months treasury up at 3 for down. Guess I'm buying BTU in my Roth. Okay. When and why did you buy LMT calls? I bought them this morning. Because I'm awesome. That's the why. Just gonna have to wait on these all fucking day. I don't want to put a stop because they haven't gone up enough. All right. We need your signature on these FRC talks, Grig. Did Grig just use a sentence with I in it? What a fucking narcissist. Sheesh. I know. Fubo yearns for the $1.30. Is Lily double topping on the 1 hour? I don't know. The fuck is this? That was weird. Okay. Yeah, right on resistance too. I think there's still like a little more potential upside there, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of right at resistance right now. Generally speaking, any spikes above like the long-term channel don't persist for very long. Another serious question. I apologize if you're not comfortable answering it. How many BPS do you start to hedge your SPX options if they go against? I mean, that depends on the option. On longer dated positions, you know, generally like above 15%, I'll start to hedge a little. I mean, sometimes I'm hedging right off the bat, from the point I enter the contract, whether it's down or not. So, yeah, I mean, it depends significantly on the situation. You and Surf are really going at it, huh, Fluffy? How long did Jimmy ETFF these last? There 3 more days of them, and then we have another round of them into next week as well. Although a smaller amount of them. Gherk bought LMT calls this morning because Gherk is awesome. That works. I'll take it. I did. I TA'd then. I officially confirmed I have eyes. Thank you, Gherk. Maybe someday I'll be able to call out a rounded bottom breakout. I hope not. What did I miss? I had to step away for 5 minutes. 0 DTAOI still favoring the bulls. Yeah. Slightly. But yes. I think SPX is looking more and more like it's gonna complete that breakup that I've been waiting on. Holy fuck, this is drawn out though. Ugh. At least I'll get a better exit on my straddle if nothing else. But now LMT's slipping. Why the negative beta, LMT? If I did it? Oh, I didn't expect NVIDIA to test highs from March of 22. This is relentless. Okay. Did you expect the market to move up 220 BPS in 2 days? Probably because I'm watching you and not doing my LMT job. Go back to work. Okay? You're ruining the productivity. You sounded negative around rounded bottom breakouts mentioned. Why? Oh, because they're a terrible indicator. I know Stefan loves them, but they're complete shit. They're totally influenced by index direction. And when indexes break down, they all fail at once. Rounded bottom breakout traders lose money on every single index breakdown. They're not bad in a bull market. They're a lot more reliable, but in a bear market, they're complete shit. And the breakdowns tend to be unpredictable and rapid. Rounded bottom breakouts do not like volatility. No, if I had, I would have sold my puts. What are you talking about? I missed the first part. Like you're saying a thing, but I don't know what you're it's like a call and response thing, but I don't know what the call was. OG rules. Wait, rounded bottom breakout is real? I was just messing with you, unfortunately. Okay, I put a stop here, right? Because the potential for failure is so high. But I want more money. Uh, more money? More money's always good. Are people buying more calls yet? Okay. So yeah, people are buying more calls. We're getting bullish. I like it. Good thing we're in a bull market. Haha. It was in response to your comment to someone asking if they expected the market to rip 220 points in 2 days. Ow. Would you sell upstart CSPs here? I want to sell a few before the Fed meeting, but I want to stay reserved in case the Fed's forward guidance is uncertain for credit markets, right? So I'm gonna hold off on the majority of my CSP selling until after I hear the Fed statements. I don't think Upstart's just going to moon on the back of the ETF, like the ETF FTDs and the FTDs alone. Am I regarded for dumping money into a 3-month T-bill ETF? I don't know, maybe not. Probably. But maybe not. The 3 months not been very popular. I think people are expecting a much longer recessionary period than that. The window for call profitability is dwindling. I'm getting greedy on these. Yeah, me too. Hmm. 3-month auction came in at 5.12, up from 5.065. Thanks. 5% though, nearly. Or wait, it's over right now. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna keep moving up. Uh, but I would imagine that the ETF doesn't benefit from its yield, but its price. Remember that rate's annualized. Why did RC move? Are your calls green? Just barely though. I'm up 2% on the 0 DTEs right now. Nope, 0. 1.28. It's wishy-washy. Why did RC move FTDs from NVIDIA? You know, the RC moving jokes aren't funny anymore. I know everyone thinks they're still funny, but they're not. They're just dumb. RC never moved anything, including GME's share price upwards. God, this is boring. Can we please get some uppy ups or downy downs? Slowly. It's because people say that every day. It's like, oh, did RC move this? Dumb. Of course not. He's not even that rich. He's like a barely a billionaire. RC had nothing to do with Bobby moving up in August. Bobby ran in August because the short positions on Bobby capitulated when the market maker hedge flipped. That was billions of dollars, not RC's $20 million investment or whatever it was. Why did RC remove the interest on GMA? He didn't know that and make money though. He was underwater for 6 months and then sold the second he was above water. It's not like he was buying BBBY at $5 like the rest of us, DCAing like crazy, waiting for it to rip, only to then continue to hold the company for another 6 months while it died. How dare you besmirch our Lord and Savior? He will bring balance to the Forbes and is responsible for every positive thing and absolutely no negative things. Rise up against this shill sheeple. He did wait for it to rip, though. Yeah, before rug pulling all the retail traders he convinced to get into it in the first place. With his bullish letters of turning the company around and finding a path forward, and working closely with the board that was working desperately to dismantle the company from within. You should have full ported at Bobby $5 and $6 and squeezed it. I mean, it did squeeze, right? Where do you see the top of the SPX bounce? We're pretty close to it. I think like 41.90, but um I don't know. I don't even know if we'll make it up that high. There's a lot of resistance on futures already. How much did he pay you to say that? Literally nothing. Citigroup's CEO says Japan and India are a bright spot around the world, but Japan's economy is fucked 6 ways from Sunday sideways. They have like a 20-point spread between their consumer and producer price indexes. They constantly have to dive into the bond market to stabilize their own currency. How long until UK's new king, Sausage Fingers, dissolves parliament and rebuilds the British Empire he grew up in during the 1800s? Seize Hong Kong by force. Yeah, that's not happening. Japan also has a knife to the US's throat. Yeah. That's not a knife. Yeah, it's not so much a knife, right? They're both just carrying the same bag. Those treasuries are political insurance. Don't don't underestimate their importance. Japan also has negative population growth for 12 consecutive years. Yeah, but like the US and China are just next, right? Butter knife then? Did you hear about the pledge the king wants us to recite on his coronation? No. It's called a tato. Oh. How insufferably boring. This is the world's worst breakout. Jimmy back to 15 fast. Which comes first, 88 to 8 or GME to 8? Hmm. Probably GMA. 88 will never go above $1 and you know it. With a high cost basis on GMA, is it basically a waiting game right now for a run to sell more CCs? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you don't have to wait. You can if Jimmy doesn't run, you can just sell them, out of the money, so you're not losing, the time value. Just make sure that you're able to pull them back if need be. Could you maybe explain what a big difference between consumer and producer price indexes means for an economy? Yeah, sure. Well, in specifically in the case of Japan, it means that producers are unable to effectively pass on the cost of their goods to the consumer side, right? Which leads to slower economic growth. Um, in Japan, largely because of their aging population and declining workforce, they also rely heavily on imported raw materials, which have massive fluctuations in price. Um, so the government in Japan implements, you know, has over the last 20 years, through the Bank of Japan, implemented um, uh, 30 years a pretty firm policy of quantitative easing in order to rectify that spread. But with international inflation rising, that puts pressure on them to stabilize their currency, which is, rapidly declining in value. And so, in order to do that, they have to go out into the market and buy their currency and buy bonds directly. Where normally other countries would be coming in and buying up that sovereign debt. Instead, the Bank of Japan takes it upon themselves. Um, yeah, so it's 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 not great. It's like it's kind of like stagflation, but just forever. Hey, my girlfriend of 3 years broke up with me last week, and I need to pick me up. Can you play a song for this poor? Thanks. Which one do you want, man? I'll just play you. I'll play you. I'll play you one. I'll play you the bull song because we're going up. Congratulations on shedding the bags. Jesus fucking Christ. This is taking forever. What's for lunch? That's a good question. I'm moderately hungry. Do you think futures can break past 4,200, or is it looking like it'll be a rejection? I think there's a little room for futures above 4,200, but not much. There's a lot of sellers there. I mean, we haven't really hit the big resistance on SPX yet, which is at like 4190. So yeah, I would say futures probably have a little room above 4,200, maybe like 4,205. I think it'll start to get pretty volatile in that range, though. Hey, look at that. There we go. That's what I wanted. Woo, money. There's no reason to stop now. Oh, lame. All right, whatever. 100%'s good, right? $41.95 C volume much lower than 41.90 and 4200. Yeah, that's usually the case with like offset strikes though. Play the VUP song again. Why? I got stopped out. Nice. 90% still insane, right? I mean, that's like a wallet that doubles your money. You remember when you were a little kid and there was like that story and like the genie gave the guy the wallet or whatever magical entity gave the guy the wallet and then the wallet doubles the money. Same like zero DTs sometimes. Some zero DTs are like a wallet where you stick money in it and sometimes no money comes back out, but sometimes double the money comes back out. Okay, they got that out of their system. Down now? No, more ups. There's still more upside here, even though I got stopped out of my calls. I should probably buy another one on the pullback. It's still too early for zero GTE puts. I talked about nothing for the last 2 hours but SPX breaking back up. And then it happens, and everyone's like, what are these crazy pills? Do I need to tell people the opposite of what will happen? Would that help? Like, do a Jim Cramer? The market's totally gonna go down right now, guys. Absolutely. Slash ass. I know. I'm very happy about your 10%, Hazy. People are over leveraged on puts, that's why. But you could buy like a call. I have puts. I have a lot of puts, but I also have calls. I don't even have an equal number of calls to puts. Yeah, I don't know why you bought June calls on Upstart, Mr. Gold. When will the market be a weighing machine? Over time. Maybe Kramer's Kramer because he got tired of being right and being called out on it. Buy call, get free put. It's a cool magic trick. Oh, look at you, Frosted Flakes. Learning the ins and outs of the market. How much downside potential are we talking here? All the way down to 4190? I mean, I'd like to think there's a lot more downside potential than that. What are you doing, Vix? Chill the fuck out. We're not done with ups yet. Fucking over exuberant bears. Gork, today is a bad day. I'm down $75. Wait, I mean, relative to the rest of your days, isn't that up? It sounds like you're getting better at this trading thing, Popcorn Trader. And profitability is low up here. Do you see 4190 on SPX? I literally put out a chart this morning that showed the upside range that I expected we could see before the Fed meeting. Not only did I put it in Pickles Picks and explain it in great detail, I also put it in the Daily DD. I don't think I was quiet about the market's potential for upside. It's running low. Calls are way more risky than they were, last week. But bull. Okay, well, that was awkward. Mm, yeah, I think there's only like here. There's only like a couple more dollars of upside left. It is running slim. Um, if you still have calls and haven't been stopped out at this point, be wary. There's not a lot more range left on this. Maybe like $4 or $5. At least right now, nothing's repositioning higher. So last week you said 400 on a small account was good. I just hit that for today. Thanks, Dad. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Is that your own your account where you're inversing yourself? LSD? You're up 236% in 5 weeks. Nice. I think maybe at that point, if your inverse yourself account is up 236%, then maybe there's something fundamentally flawed about your initial analysis. Hey Gurk, Tommy here. Now a good time to average down my QQQ 310P 616s? Or is there a better opportunity in the next couple of days before FOMC? Um, I don't think this is a terrible range. Nasdaq's bounced back to the upside for today, so um, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem awful. Are they significantly cheaper in this range? I don't have my QQQ pits open right now, so I'm not sure. I do have 310s. I wanted to get 315s this week. This actually could be a good opportunity for me to pick some of those up. I'll wait. puts time soon. I made 1K in calls. I don't like the put setup right now. I think this can fail and pull back a little, but I don't know if it'll pull back enough. And I want to be cautious of repositioning of 0 DTEs to the upside right now. Yeah, I agree, Thunder. A little bit of conservatism. Conservative? No, that's not the right word. Hmm. What is the word I want? A little caution? Yeah. Not so much caution. I mean, there's nothing to be afraid of. But there may be a little bit of patience pays off here. Patience works, I guess. It's not the word I wanted, but it works. All 0 DT hedges. Main account is flat, so just entry hedging, really. Restraint's better. Judiciousness. Nice. Okay. No, trepidatious I still don't like. That still implies that there's something to fear, right? So it's I got an email from HR that we cannot utilize Chat GPT for our day-to-day work. Why? How would they even know? Shills. Maybe they're short NVIDIA. Hmm. Interesting. Call profitability today is really, really kind of dog shit. Interesting. Long calls are starting to lose money. Well, long dated calls are starting to lose money. Not enough index movement to keep them profitable. The 0 DTs need to put in a little bit more work. Otherwise, everybody holding their floor is going to pull the floor out from under them. Getting closer. I know this is risky, but I want to do it anyway. Oops. Should that not be filling? Mm. There we go. Meta raising $7 billion in second bond offering. Ooh. Still down 48% on Fubo, but 10% up is 10% up. It feels good. Nice, man. Have you ever considered averaging? The five-part bond issue's longest 40-year security could yield 215 basis points over treasuries, according to the report. Huh. Is the pullback you were waiting for before SPX tests the upper range? Just for educational purposes, I'm trying to get better at recognizing opportunity. I think this is going to bounce, but I'm not sure. Uh, because of the put buying coming in, it makes it a little trickier. Um, Otherwise, I would say yeah, call capitulation, and then more calls come in and price pumps, right? But this may not pump so much as the first rally. So I'm hoping I can use this time to like DCA into a few puts into the latter half of the day, as I think the call positioning is going to break down since it's not getting stronger and I'm not seeing a lot of repositioning to the upside yet. Like call interest at 41.95 and 4200 remains very low. Um, so generally speaking, if there was more upside potential, or at least the last couple of days, we would have been seeing, those like 4170, 4160 calls closing and moving into the higher strike range, like 4195, 4200, 4205, right? But we're not really seeing this movement yet. We're still seeing interest in, 4185 and 4190, but it's not increasing in the upper range, and that makes me think that there's not a lot of interest in driving prices that high, which means that these positions are more likely to capitulate and take profit, which would mean potential downside. I'm still trying to be patient with it though, because it happens unexpectedly. A while back, I heard someone say to watch out for HYG going down while SPX is rallying. If it continues, would you see it as a sign to expect downside on the market? Yeah, it can be an indication of that. Credit's getting tight in the corporate bond space, so yeah, another Fed rate increase probably isn't going to help that a lot, and we are most likely going to get another increase. I think the odds of 0.25 are very high. We're also not getting a ton of zero DTE put interest. So most of the put interest that's coming in here is further dated, which is very interesting. Both of the bigger VIX rallies today, those imply that further dated put positioning is building. It may not be building in a range where I can easily identify it, though. Inflation's not going up 60 BPS a month. It's like 3. The problem is that we're not raising the rates 3 BPS or 30 BPS a month. We're raising it 30 or 25 BPS every 3 months or 2 months. 41.18 interest on SPY still looks pretty high, so 41.19 and 20 are weak, however. Man, SPY doesn't really have any downside support except at the gamma flip point. Yeah, we're kind of in the upper range here for SPX interest. 4,200 I think is majority sold. I think a lot of 4190 is also sold. Yeah. Yeah, 4190 is kind of, there's really not a lot of interest today after that. If we see any collapse in zero DTE positioning here, it's gonna be the like 4185, 4190 strikes. And we are starting to see some call interests or put interest at 4190 and 4185, but it's still low. 4180 is picking up a bit. Looks like sold puts are pretty far out of the money, so there's really nothing stopping some downside realization here. I think, yeah, I think maybe we've blown out some of the call side. Tomorrow's going to be interesting if that's the case. Audio's out of sync again? Oh, I might not be able to fix that. I mean, I can, but only temporarily. I think part of it has to do with like the equations. Me and Dorg. I thought it was something to do with OBS or my mic, but I think it's the equations we're running in the background are fucking crunching my RAM super hard. And I'm running them on like 10 tickers on 4 different time frames, so it's a lot of memory. And I'm also pretty sure that like some of the programs we're using have memory leaks. I don't know, I never needed 256 gigs and 64 cores, but I probably need to upgrade my motherboard. I need a new PC. Maybe. There should be no delay on the weekend stream. No. That probably has delay too. I mean that would automatically raise the terminal rate. Guitar stuff. That 0.25 puts us at the terminal rate currently. So if they said we're going to do 0.25 now and another 0.25 in the future, that puts us that would put us beyond. They would have to raise the terminal rate. Yeah. I have a Ryzen 5 50 or 30, whatever the newest one is. And then I have what 32 gigs of RAM, I think. Maybe it's 64. I might have 64 gigs of RAM. And I have like a 3080 Ti. $32 gigs? Should you try to reduce the bitrate of the video output on your new camera? High bitrate can consume a lot of resources, and you don't need that. Yeah, OBS isn't really eating up a lot of my RAM. It's mostly like some of the data applications we have open. At what point are in the money CCs at risk of getting assigned? Would a 616 15cc be too far in the money with too much theta and have a high risk of assignment right away? What, on like GME? No. I mean, somebody paying for that theta up front now probably isn't going to exercise the contract anytime soon. I mean, there's always a risk it could be assigned, but the risk is definitely lower the more theta you have. The other option is to get a PC in the cloud or something and just offload all your equations and background stuff to the cloud PC if you don't want to just throw it on an old PC. Yeah, I know. That's like a lot of shit that I don't want on my desk. I don't know. I'm trying to see if I'm going to get a fill on these puts at $3. I might be being a little greedy. I should probably limit the range to like 330, I guess. Oh, there we go. The risk of assignment on GME is higher because of idiots. Plus, much better stocks to sell theta on at this point, in my opinion. Yeah, well, I mean, if you already own shares, right? I got filled at 350. I got filled on the second one there at 330. Yeah, I think that might be about as good as I'm gonna get. This looks like it's gonna start to turn around. When one DTE puts on SPY, I don't know, whatever you want, I guess. Could you please discuss some strategies to prevent theta decay for NVIDIA 923 200 puts. What specific strategies could one use to make some money off of the above mentioned position? I mean, you can sell puts against it. You have a long position, or like a long short position, right? So you can sell a short put position. Um, you can sell like if you don't think Nvidia is going down to 200 this week or 220 or 240, right? You can sell a put at that level, and then you're hedged for the spread at least, right? You can sell bear call spreads at the top, um, in order to like capture the upside move and the volatility. With the high ETF FTDs for Jimmy expected today only. It's got some other days that are high too. Um, like Jimmy is getting the volume from the FTDs. It's just not going up because the market's relatively flat, right? So, let's see. It's got some okay ones tomorrow, and then they kind of die off until like 510. 510 and 511. We have a couple piles that are a bit like closer to a million, 880,000 and 785,000 respectively. Um, but if we don't have the index support, right, we're just not going to get anything anymore. So the biggest problem with them nowadays is that we don't have the massive amount of options on Jamie's options chain anymore, right? So, the covering doesn't just drive prices higher with the hedge. So we need support from the indexes. So we need active fund pressure, which, on a low volume, relatively flat day is shit. Last week, lower numbers of FTDs in the last 2 days yielded more price action because we had all that sweet active fund pressure, right? But this week we don't, or at least we don't so far. It sucks. Yeah, hopefully if GME moves into the Russell 2K, we'll start to get more active fund pressure back. I mean, we won't know until they release their inclusion data, which I think happens in June. Or, yeah. Last Friday was the assessment day. So they determine if GME would be included in the Russell 2K as of last Friday. But they don't publicly state the index reconstitution until I believe June, shortly before it's affected. What do you think about Friday expiry? Out the money SPX puts right now. Well, not terrible, but the cost to carry overnight's kind of high. Are you gonna use like spreads or anything to offset it? Yeah, it calls when it drops. Okay, I guess you could do that. As long as you can offset the decay, but generally speaking, carrying weeklies overnight sucks. Especially on SPX where the cost of theta is so high. So what are we doing with Nvidia? I mean, I'm net short Nvidia. I'm gonna sell, you know, bull spreads or bear call spreads rather. When I think it's run its course or whatever it's doing now. Um, and ideally profit off of those. In the interim. And then I'll use those credits to average down puts. Sell calls, buy free puts. You know, it's not that fucking hard. I can't imagine anything that comes out of Jolt's data is going to be positive. I can say that the analyst expectations will probably miss because they basically always do. Is there any news on why Nvidia's up 4%? No. I think it's just like a like gamma carryover from the market action that we saw last week. Yeah, as it moved back into positive gamma on Friday. I think this is the kind of the hedge being realized. And short calls pulling back. A little bit of both. I mean, minimum days out, you carry an SPX position if carrying overnight. I mean, I generally try to get like uh like 7 to 14 DTE for like overnight straddles. Sometimes I'll buy a little longer if I think both sides of the straddle are going to be realized. Like Friday I bought for May 19th because, I'm out of the upside part of the straddle now, but I think 41.55 is not a ridiculous downside target, and so I'm going to hold the 41.55 puts for a few days probably. Yeah, there was Nvidia news. You didn't see it? Let me find the headline. AI, 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 AI. Almost $750 billion in Nvidia market cap. Now it's worth more than a lot of countries' economies. Yep, it's tremendously overvalued. Don't worry, all the people buying it at 270 and 280 aren't going to feel very good about it if it's at 260 or 250. Today's buyers, tomorrow's sellers. It's like the opposite of shorts. Nvidia is the new Taiwan. I rolled up and in my pits. I'm ready to be hurt. Oh, Jesus. Maybe even today's buyers become today's sellers. That's true. Nvidia's price action's been getting a little bit more volatile lately. Although I expect the pump will hold or at least persist through most of today. Yeah. Hmm. How much time do we have left in today? Do I want one more put here? I'll try one at 3. I don't think I'll fill, but maybe? We may also be witnessing AI become self aware and pumping what is being marketed as what created it. A victim of its own training? I don't think so. Don't worry, Girk. I'm hedged with my 2 jobs and my proper management of my parents' accounts. Mom was up 20% in 22. I just checked my account to see what my Lily position was. So glad I realized past me only bought June's instead of May. I kind of want to. I kind of want to pick up another May for Lily. Maybe I won't though. The fucking spreads are ridiculous. It's so hard to get like a decent fill on anything. Hmm. The best part is her boyfriend lost 50% in 22. He started off with 2 times her money. Now they have the same net worth. He's repeatedly told her not to have me manage. I do not tell them of the pickle. You're welcome, I guess. I already have too much in Lily. I'm trying to diversify for once instead of 80% account YOLOs, especially with more theta. Oh, I mean, Lily's not like a big position for me. It's just, uh, it's been reliable in the past. So, have we seen the covering of ETF FTDs for GME? It's only gone down today. I mean, it's gone up a couple times. But yeah, the volume would indicate we're seeing covering occur. Don't conflate FTD covering with upside price action. It can give us upside price action, but it doesn't always. Does it though? Only 1.2 million, only 1.3 million ETF FTDs. And we're only like halfway through the day, right? A little over half. And if you've compared the overvalued nature of Nvidia to GME, are the feelings I have right now similar to Gabe Plotkin? I mean, Gabe wasn't really shorting a fundamental overvaluation in GameStop, right? He was just shorting GameStop into the ground. There's a difference. I mean, GameStop wasn't really worth a lot when he started shorting it. That's why he was so fucking underwater when it bounced. So I'd say it's a bit different. Blessings upon you, Gherk. I wish nothing more than for you to make Sweet White into your ex's sister. Nice. Well, I guess I'm not getting that last put. Oh well. It looked cool. So Lily's like cat reliable when the setup is correct, but don't touch it until it is. Yeah, and sometimes the setup's tricky. And the downside can be slow, so theta's important. I got a couple closer dated puts like at 400, and I think I have what 3080, but mostly June. Mostly I'm looking for June. The problem with Lily versus Cat is that Lily's spreads are thin. And it's hard to find a contract at or near the money that you can actually buy and then sell when it's profitable. What's up, Ben? How you doing, man? Most Dow stocks are like that, right? Like they're very fickle about entries. LMT, Lilly, Caterpillar, all of them are, it's they can be very profitable if you get the perfect entry. Um but they tend to be, those big value behemoths tend to be hard to pick options up on. Sometimes so much so that you have to go shares in order to profit substantially. Like EPAM, remember that one? Um, you see the video going around the interwebs recently about Crocs and the movie Idiocracy? No. Ooh. So Lily has the same options issues as Dillard's. Not as bad. It's not as bad as Dillard's, but it's still difficult. EPAM was from 18 years ago. I made so much fucking money off EPAM. Jesus Christ. That stock fucking killed all through 2022. My September 220p NVIDIA is down 50% this past couple weeks. The fuck is going on? I don't know. IV crush? Could be the skew shifting. Or it's possible that, a lot of interest at your strike sold off. So I'm okay. I started CrossFit instead of buying weeklies. I'm freaking ripped now. Ban JFresh. Costume department didn't have a lot of money. Found a cheap startup that sold what the costume designer thought was dumb futuristic shoes no one would ever wear. It was Crocs. Ah. $65 out of the money. I'm down. How could this happen to me? I mean, I want to say that he bought the put when the price of Nvidia was lower, and that's the primary issue here. Come on, Vix, you can do it. Gork, is this the top? I think it's close, yeah. What are people doing holding positions down to negative 50%? I cut my Nvidia puts when they were down 5%. I mean, it depends on theta, right? That's a big variable, but I mean, down 50% with no hedge is kind of ridiculous. But he does have a lot of theta, right? Like he's got till September. What'd you say about Upstart to get the pores all hot and bothered? Nothing. They just don't understand the things they hear. Come on, $7 drop, $7 drop, $7 drop. Can you tell I have 4175p? You're making it extremely obvious. Bull's losing interest. Bull's losing the ability to move the market higher. It's not that they're really losing interest. It's just that they've run out of gas. Is there a percentage you should cut at, or do you stay in a position until it breaks a level down? I mean, it depends on how you manage your risk in your portfolio, but I mean, a lot of traders have very strict risk levels. If you're a day trader, you need to. Um, if you're trading, swing trades, you need to be able to hedge. But you have to have one or the other, otherwise you're gonna lose money. So you either need to have really tight risk management and short time horizons, or you need to have hedges on long term, like longer time horizons. Here's the thing with options that I feel like not enough people take advantage of, and it was the reason when I started all the options talk, I taught people about selling options, is because by selling options, then you don't pay for them. You can sell options and use that money that you get for selling the option to buy other options. And then you've gotten a free option. It's harder. It requires more thinking. But some would argue that free options are the best options. I would argue that. I love free options. People pay for their options with their own money? I guess so. Is that what spreads are pretty much? I mean, sometimes, yeah. Not always. I mean, like Nvidia's being ridiculous today, right? It's churning over some gamma exposure from its break to the upside of gamma neutral last week, and realizing some of the internalized potential that it should have seen over Thursday and Friday, right? But you can take advantage of that. Like instead of bemoaning the fate of your puts, you can use this opportunity to sell call spreads on Nvidia while its prices are ridiculously elevated, and then you can use that credit to average down your puts that lost money on the upside, right? Or you can use that credit to buy new puts that are even closer to the money and will realize profits sooner. You've got to just constantly be moving. This isn't a set it and forget it game. This isn't long like value investing where we're just going to buy shit regardless of what it costs or how much money we lose over the next 10 years because we're going to own it for, 3 decades. This is trading. So, if you're not moving, if you're not doing something, you're dying. Does this require a credit account to sell options? You mean margin? I mean, no, but it either requires large cash reserves or margin. How do you see Hal? Hey, what's up, BMG? How do you see Hal and Rig doing going into 2024? I like Halliburton a lot. Rig, I'm not so sure of. I don't think it's bad. I don't think Rig's bad. I'm just not so sure that that's where I'd want to put my oil money. Don't forget that I already have a shitload of oil exposure. I'm waiting for one more bank to fail. The economy is going to free fall. Then this is going into Ukraine to stabilize and make big oil go burr. Yeah, big oil probably going to go burr at some point. Futures just failed 4,200, by the way, for anyone curious. But Rig might be a okay choice. Maybe ask like Dunstan or Santa Cruz about Rig because I know they've done way more research on that company than I've ever been interested in doing. Has the Lily double top been canceled? I mean, that's like on the hourly. I don't think so. I mean, I don't even know if Lily's double topping. There was a double top here, and no, it's still within range of the previous peak. Although it is running close to my upside risk, I'm not very concerned because unfortunately I haven't gotten very many puts yet. Is SPX gonna slip 4180? Question of the day. In a substantial way. That'd be cool. If you were to guess which bank would fail next, which would it be? I think US Bancorp has the biggest MBS risk. I don't really know if anyone left is carrying a ton of duration risk at this point, so we're probably not going to see another failure due to duration risk. If we were, I would say that it would be PacWest or shit, what's the other one? Hackwest or maybe Zion's. I feel like Zion's would be kind of crazy. Did I end up just taking profits there? Awesome. Fuck. No, maybe I can re-enter. Gonna bounce on the 1 minute. Okay. So little put capitulation here. Create order. It's 370. Huh. Gamma max on Lily today is at 412. So it's starting to drop. Lily's not like a quick downside mover. There's a lot of time to enter positions in the upper range of its current price action. If you didn't read the DD on it, you probably shouldn't play it. Goddamn son of a bitch. I really don't want to fucking buy 4175s. Whatever. I don't know if Lily's announced their ex-dividend date yet. They usually announce it like a little bit after earnings. No. The big banks aren't at default risk yet. That's later. Oh, I don't know. I don't have any options on Halliburton. I don't expect its growth to be all that rapid. I'm not saying it can't be. It's just they tend to be a little bit slower, a little bit slower mover. It's my birthday and I'm up $7. Happy official birthday, Gary Gensler's twin. Is it that would mean it's also Gary Gensler's birthday? Why do options that are deep in the money have higher IV than options near the money? Shouldn't that be the opposite? No. Options at the money have the lowest IV. That's the smile. But options that are deep in the money have no Vega. But these are very these have very low Vega, right? Because they're so deep in the money, they have no extrinsic value. So although they have high implied volatility, they have no value realized from that volatility, which is the opposite of out of the money options. Oh shit. I don't think Lily's gonna rise a lot higher. The call positions there have been selling off after earnings. Eli Lilly declares $1.13 a share quarterly dividend in line with previous. Yep, cool. I think your May 4000s have a decent chance of going in the money with a 0.25 rate hike. Hmm. I don't have any May 4000s left. No. I have May 4050s and 4100s. I just helped a friend pass their financial engineering final, where I've never taken any formal finance training in my life. Win honorary degree in finance. I don't think that was put capitulation. I think that was just some futures buying. Um, well, nice entry on puts though. Does someone default if the SPX closes red or something? No, I don't think so. Don't forget that we're still below gamma neutral. It takes quite a lot of effort to keep the price from falling rapidly. Quite a lot of money, too. This is a constant uphill battle. I mean, basically every pullback on SPX requires even more money to drive the price back up to the previous level. I was taking a nap. Is it OPEX week? No. OPEX is a couple weeks from now. Who's in charge of the spy price? Because I need to have a conversation with them. Oh boy. Volatility is like rock bottom right now. Volatility go up? No. I can't say that's looking super fucking bullish. I think we get like a similar. I don't know how long it's gonna take to play out, but maybe we get like a similar breakdown like what we had earlier. Off of this like pump here, something like this. Still need more pressure to encourage those call sellers to close out. They still seem to be confident in their ability to get the SPX back to 41.85, or they simply are not in a position to allow it to drop, and they just need to keep buying zero DTEs in order to stabilize it. I have 10K in puts and a single $100 spy call for FOMC. Is that hedging? Couldn't be anything else. Meta had a nice bounce. Hmm. Actually, all of NASDAQ kind of did. That means they've sold a lot of puts short at 41.50 that they don't want going in the money. NW. The option we don't seem to spend much time discussing is flat for FOMC. 2.5 rate hike and JPOW not tripping up in a boring speech could make that possible, at least for the near term. I don't think so. I think there's far too much leverage positioning both ways uh, for the outcome of the FOMC meeting to be anywhere near flat. What's it called if you're down 30K in far dated puts, but have made that money in other ways? Hedging isn't the right word. It depends on what the other ways were. Offsetting losses. I see days like this with out of the money call buying to high on the chain, and I just decide that whoever is doing it will succeed because they have billions of dollars and nobody can stop them. That's generally true. It was not a huge earnings beat. Their year over year revenue is down. Do you think Ken Griffin wears magnums? Yes. That was the bedpost. That's his nickname for it. Is a potential increase in CPI this month due to sustained increases in oil price, among other energy prices? The last month already priced in. If not, CPI into SLD period might be juicy. Yeah, I think CPI and PPI will both be a little juicier this month due to the inflated oil prices. I mean, headline will move up, right? Seems like they're protecting sold puts and keep it bouncing. Thoughts? Yeah, but there's sellers. So it's a tricky range for them to keep this up in. Because to the upside, there's sellers, which makes it harder to stabilize the price. I think they could be successful in keeping us off 41.50 today, which is probably all they care about. But that means that they can't let the downside get any momentum until later in the day, right? You did not just say that. I did. Does anything support SPY going up to 44.29? Currently, no. There isn't even long positioning up there yet. I mean, nothing substantial at least. How do you balance knowing when to wait until your thesis plays out versus locking in losses? Proper risk management? Yeah, I mean, proper risk management does a lot of that legwork for you. Um, Eventually, you'll scale up to a point where you don't ever have to realize losses. You can just keep pushing them down the road until you're right. It's awesome. But initially, yeah, tight risk management is important. So 4160, 4170, maybe. We need more capitulation on the call side. Like the price is still propped. It's not driving prices higher, but the call interest is still keeping the market stable, right? But we are seeing put interest pick up in the 30 DTE range uh, quite a bit today. No, they're selling puts and grinding that down, but you know, it's not working. VIX is flat on the day right now versus, its last week of like 30% downside. Would you consider letting all of your videos stay up on YouTube whenever you decide to stop streaming? There's a literal gold to mine from your videos. I mean, probably, yeah. I don't know why I'd delete it. $41.85 is a huge position. Won't they try to get those? Or they'll try to flip from net long to net short, right? I had to do bank cards so my ex couldn't charge my account for Paramount and Netflix accounts and lost my Cornishon membership. Sorry, bro. It's okay, Oliver. I'll survive. I don't know how, but I guess I'll just switch to like ramen this week or something. I appreciate it, man. No worries. It doesn't. You don't need to be a member. Uh, where can I mine this literal gold? I don't know. Information's only as good as what you do with it, right? If you were propping up the market and wanted to push it up with individual names, Nvidia, Meta make the most sense as you get extra bump from put selling off because they're the ones to short. I mean, yeah, you can pressure short positions. Also, don't forget that there's a lot of like Meta and Nvidia longs that are selling short calls. Right. And if you can keep pressuring their short call positions, they'll keep capitulating and you gotta like net off that sweet, sweet excess. But they do need to like the stream. Yeah, like the stream, people. That's the cool thing to do. The only reason to delete old videos would be to try and save the world from the thoughts of Kendro. I would never want to do that. Jesus fucking Christ. I know we're gone a bit, but why the market being propped up? Because they sold puts. They sold so many fucking puts. What do you think pays for all these calls? You think they're just dumping cash into the system? No. Whereas, I mean, sometimes, yeah. Oh, you know what I want? I want a Jamaican beef patty. Chicken? I don't know what I have. No, I don't have any cocoa bread. I just have the patties. Didn't we expect 1.3 million FTDs today? No, they're there. Welcome to the new GameStop. But it's you're telling me that the strat of selling options to buy others you told us about earlier, they do too? Blasphemy. Yeah. Is that different from a burger? Yeah, it's not the same as a burger. I thought we were supposed to be better than the hedgies. No, they're far better at doing this shit. I mean, maybe we have a moral high ground, but execution wise, they're kicking everyone's ass. Jamaican beef patties are an awesome snack. I know, and that's why I'm gonna go grab some. Well, give me 1 second. I'm gonna just check some in my oven. When FTDs, they're already happening, man. This is how it goes, okay? We either get market volume and active fund pressure, and that pressures the FTDs, which gives us, you know, a positive beta for the day, or we have a shitload of calls on the chain, which forces additional hedging when FTDs are covered, which would mean that the price action from these peaks would have been far higher. We don't have any of that shit now. The market is low volume today and relatively flat with some very brief upside periods. And so the FTDs will be netted off with relatively little price action. If you don't like this, go yell at Superstock about DRS. If our normal volume is around 2 million and there are 1.3 million FTDs due, should we expect around 3.3 million volume? No. The FTDs would just get absorbed into the rest of the volume. Yeah, that's how they net them. They match trades, right? That's what CNIS does. Is Superstock making money yet? No, they're all down. Jimmy has more ETF FTDs this week, but the market doesn't look like it's going to be performing significantly better anytime soon. And if the market goes down, Jimmy's going down. Should we expect a price of 3.3 million a share? You can expect whatever you want. Doesn't mean that's what you're gonna get. Gaff gets paid today? We'll see. Have you seen the delta on NVIDIA leaps? Yep. The floor is 500 trillion. Oh, Jesus. I mean, you'd think that people just are like, yeah, I'm gonna get $1 trillion a share. But then there's a pretty large cadre of people that believe that. They actually think that they're fighting the system, not just actively participating in it. Did you talk about selling NVIDIA calls earlier? I was AFK some. Yeah, I mentioned selling spreads. Yeah, I've seen Idiocracy. Well, I've seen part of Idiocracy. It wasn't really that funny. It kind of hits a little close to home. More like inactively participating? Well, yeah. Can I ask what this 4178 resistance we keep bouncing off of is? I've got resistance line there too, but I don't know why it's so random. I mean, it's not really that random, right? It's just outside of the like hedging range for the 4180 calls, and then it's probably more importantly the underside of the 4200 resistance on futures. So what basically keeps happening is we're bouncing off like 4198 on futures and retesting 4200 where we then get rejected. Why isn't Ken Griffin hedging GME when the floor is 190 million? He's going to be left holding the bag. Well, here's the problem is you may want futures to break 4200, but futures sellers would very much like to sell at 4200. If we keep bouncing on 4178, the bears will get tired and the bulls will just keep pushing. What bears? No, I'm serious. There's like no puts. The bulls just can't keep it up anymore. Their Viagra's running out. Ooh, that's a better analogy. I mean, GameStop at $200 a share isn't very much. That's like a $30 billion market cap, right? Or 50? It's tiny. They're pushing rope? Yeah, you could say that. Lisa Sue needs to say AI at least 50 times on this call. She probably won't. It's not really. AMD's approach has never really been one to hop on the hype train. They're very results driven. I don't expect them to change that. I mean, although who knows? I've only been listening in on their earnings calls for like 12 years, so if you overlay NVIDIA on QQQ, it's hilarious how much it affects the index. It is the fucking index. They're not related. They're like distant cousins. Bruh. I love that's where your mind goes, as to the slot machine. Oh, futures testing 4195. Better find some bulls here. Have I got them up on my puts? That's unreasonable. Huh. Pickle, if I buy Apple puts for 6 to 8 month holds, what strike you think do? I know you don't know my port, but just something I can average down if need be. I mean, you would probably want to find like an average historical range and target somewhere near that. That way you're not, paying a ton up front for your leverage, and then you can reposition and average down over time as need be. Does the 4170p volume lead to any held OI this late in the day? Led to any held OI this late in the day? I'm not gonna lie, the put side still looks like dog shit. And the thing is here is like I think as it drops lower, they're just gonna buy in the money calls, right? Um Again, the only thing that can ever like crush these positions is gonna be like futures selling. So if futures sell off substantially, then we could drop. And why sell your futures contracts if the bulls are gonna keep running it up to 4,200 for you? And you can sell at 4,200. Your SPX buy order at 4175 get filled. I've got like 6 contracts. Is that what you wanted? My portfolio is hedged with VIX. I'm not like I'm not like speculatively long VIX though. I have like high delta contracts. I mean, they is just a general term used to indicate any participants acting in concert on a particular position. No, it's not really the MM. What makes one broker better than the other when they have to abide by MBBO? Some of them have, faster fills, better platforms, cheaper commissions, and there's a lot of different factors. Well, first of all, NBBO has nothing to do with fucking options, right? Or are you just talking about on stocks? They don't abide by NBBO at all. Nor do they have to. NBBO is just the baseline. Do you expect to be able to pull back your positions sold against your VIX calls in a crash? Or do you have conditional close orders set up? Not only do I have conditional close orders set up, I'm usually not in those positions if I think, momentum is turning. So I'm usually pretty quick to pull them back, right? Sometimes having those positions open can like lose me a couple bucks if VIX moves like hard overnight or something like that, but it usually doesn't matter. Can we please break down here? I don't know. Maybe. Futures volume is still consolidating quite a lot. Do you think Upstart will go much lower, or better to wait for earnings to sell CSPs? I mean, I'm gonna start selling CSPs on Upstart this week, but I guess you could wait for earnings. It can go lower, and if the Fed is gonna continue to keep the credit market destabilized for the foreseeable future, it could go a lot lower. Can we play the bear song today? If something bearish actually happens, sure. Ooh. Nope. How many more assholes are they going to find to buy in the money calls that are on dropping prices? This is ridiculous. Break 41.95, you piece of shit. Yeah. I mean, JPM just took on a fat bag in order to expand their grasp. So I guess it's probably more bearish for them in the near term than it is bullish, but over time it's very good for them. They've also been allowed to exceed federal banking regulations in their acquiring of FRC. So, fuck those. Those don't matter. Lol rules. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Nasdaq's slipping again. I don't know. They'll disclose that with all their reports later. Is there any bull case for Nvidia past their upcoming earnings? What reason shenanigans could result in ups for Nvidia? Hardcore pumping based on what appears to be literally nothing besides the future implications of artificial intelligence. Don't forget that Nvidia gained like $30 billion of market cap on their earnings before they even released their earnings report on like 1.4 million volume. Y'all are here sweating 3 BPS moves on the SPX. Meanwhile, I'm writing off 3 million in tax advantage losses courtesy of a theft event. Cost of replacement ROI is 32x. Proof that crime does pay? Maybe. When RC gonna buy Dillard's and just squeeze everything? Wasn't Buffett buying some Dillards? Or Munger? One of them. What you just said is so sad. What? I'm selling Nvidia Leaps because no way they are over 300 in a year. Welcome to the club, Lawrence. I mean, I'm not selling Leaps, but I am selling a lot of Nvidia calls. It's fun because people want to keep pumping it, so why not sell Wall Street Bets weeklies? They're bullish. Are they out of farts and wishes yet? Their farts and wishes are having less effect. Holy shit, how much are these puts up? Oh, okay. I thought that was 4,000. I was like looking at it on the OBS screen and I was like, God damn. But no, it's not. It's just 400. That could happen this week, though. I mean, not on my 0 DTEs for today. Do they let VIX cross 16? Is this it? The moment of reckoning? SPX just gapped the fuck down. Burr. This is fun. Free money. Hello, bears. We missed you. Oh, okay. Now I've made $4,000 on my puts. Cool. I'm gonna take profits there. will not chill. What if you just called out good entries 30 seconds after you enter them for the channel? I was buying puts for 2 fucking hours. What do you want from me? Strike and end it? Yeah, I can't do that. Sorry. What's up, guys? We bearish? Greg, this seems like a bit more ouchy down than they want. Yeah, I don't think this is ideal. Oh, yeah. There go the calls, and there go the puts. The puts and calls are switching places now. Also, it looks like they're closing short puts. Yeah. Cool. We. Now I just need it to drop a little more so I can print the other side of my straddle. This SPX price action is nothing that we won't replay again tomorrow. Probably not. What do you think your success rate is on printing both sides of the overnight straddle? It's got to be high. It's really high. I mean, SPX straddles have made most of my returns, almost the majority of my returns for the last, like 4 months. Thanks, NW. Yeah, bread and butter. They've been excessively profitable. I will say the chop in the market is insane. And pullbacks within 100 BPS ranges are more than possible most of the time. So it's pretty hard to open a straddle where one side actually burns out.
I've only had them burn out a couple times, and that's been on like the huge reversals. And when that happens, you make so much fucking money off the opposite side, it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, straddles are really good for beginners too, because you learn to manage a losing and a winning position simultaneously. But they should be paper traded until you're very comfortable with them. There's also a lot you can do with a straddle, because your net long calls, your net long puts, right? And so you can, you know, if you're utilizing margin, there's a lot of flexibility in that position. You can like when you hit like resistance to the call or the put side, or significant resistance to the call or the put side, you can sell shorter dated options against your long position, wait for a turnaround, and then cut your long position, and like leave the naked position open. Or if you think it's going to stay in that range for a while, you can hold the long position and sell like really short dated contracts, like 0 or 1 DTEs against it, let them expire, and then take profits later, which allows you to hold like the winning leg even longer. So you can hold the winning leg for like multiple days that way, in case it moves even higher in that range. And then you can use the winning leg to then straddle the next following night, right? So you can keep like that position, right? Like say like the 41.55 I had today. Um so we opened and moved up to 41.85, right? At 41.85, momentum started to break down, volume broke down, and the trend started to lose kind of its directionality, right? And so you can sell like 41.90s, right? And then you can keep these open till a test of like 41.80. And at 41.80 you can like you can close both, or you can keep this open and wait for it to move to like 4200. But you've captured profits from the prior day off of the 41.90s. There's a lot of shit you can do with them. They're fun. The pumpers get rugged. Yeah, they got hammered on the future side a little bit. We'll see if they try to recover again. They may not. Sometimes these breakdowns are exactly what they need in order to buy a bunch of out of the money calls again, right? So you have to be really careful with these. Mappo, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. You said for overnight straddle, you still get a week's worth of theta, though, correct? Sometimes more. So you could lose a chunk overnight. Won't be as successful trying 1 DTEs, I imagine. Yeah, 1 DTE is you're really locked into the profitability of the winning leg. The biggest problem with 1 DTEs is you need a big move, like overnight, in order for you to be profitable on the position at all. And then if that move is stable or moves continuously up, right? This leg is either dead, which is fine. I mean, you can make your money back on the long side, but if the move isn't sufficient, you could end up with a loss. Whereas, if you have a longer dated position, you can carry that short leg out, right? Till prices come back down into that range and then close it. Or, you'll have time to even close it here where it's, slightly better. Not that overnight straddles like 1 DTs are terrible. You can make money on them. You'll probably just make less. The advantage of having theta is you can wait for the entire range of trading to play out, right? Because you're straddled here and the price goes like this. You can capture profits on both sides because you have theta. And you can reuse the position, right? So, overnight here, you can go short here, right? So like say you're moving into the overnight here, you can go short right at the money where your long call is, right? And your long call's in the money. And then your long call protects you from additional upside. And then you have a nearer to the money put, right? And then, when price moves down over time, then you can capture, your profitability out here on the other longer dated put. So, you can kind of just keep stacking them. The more money you have, obviously, the easier it is to do that. Initially, you have just the one position, right? Especially on a smaller account. Do you think tomorrow we can test 4150 or below? I mean, we could test it today if futures continue to sell off. Is it a good thing for holding it overnight to catch the possible drop? Maybe. I mean, how profitable are you on it? That's really risky because your theta decay could eat up your profits. Or we could open on a gap up and then you'll just lose all your money. So if you have like 1 DTE, you want to probably be careful. If you have some theta, then yeah, you could probably wait out some downside into like the 4130, 4140 range. But if you don't have the theta, you don't want to risk that overnight hold. It's better to take the money and reposition the next day. Yeah, a long time ago. That was like a meme stock, right? Suncoke. Hey Greg, looks like that guy from the bar is pumping the video to 300 like he predicted he would. Oh, interesting. What's going on, Japan? Are they fucking all the stuff that matters is telling a very different story than the market pump earlier. What? You mean yields like the 5 and 10 year being up 4%? That's totally normal, right? One day. Hey Gurk, not Gary here. I just wanted to say thanks for all the entertainment while I work. No problem, man. Ignore the yields, but they're higher than the growth rates of the stocks that are in the S&P 500. Like Nvidia's growing at negative 20%. AI, I'm sorry. I figured out your name, and I apologize in advance for doxing you, Mr. Nick Papa Giorgio. You son of a bitch. Here in front of everyone? Why are the yields so high? Because rates have been going up. That makes the yields go higher. That's part of the purpose of increasing rates, is to get people to buy the US's fat bag of debt. No, but I mean today. Oh, because JPM just grabbed all of FRC's fucking giant fat bags of duration risk. I have long yen futures for 2026. Clearly his name is Farnsworth Gigglespoon. Huh. That's a lot of put premium. Looks like someone's been selling calls. Although, just remember that I'm not sure how reliable Fidelity's like intraday options assessment data is. I think a lot of it's, you know, their own like internally. Like there's been way more than 300 million like $300 million worth of like premium today. Although I guess that's net. I don't really know how to assess that. I don't know what they mean by that. Like it's like the data, like they're like, oh, here's some data. But what the fuck does it mean? Being long yen, does that mean you're essentially short the US dollar? I mean, yeah. Oh, this isn't done. This is still bare. What if I want to pay $280 for a share that earns 50 cents? Will you sell me a leveraged instrument to do so? Probably. Would you call that a bear flag on the 1 minute? Yes. Although there's probably an argument that it's broken down already. Like this initial breakdown. I guess you could say that's the flag. Maybe. I don't like that as much. Probably gonna test the EMA 30 though. If it doesn't, that's really bearish. One second, I'll be right back. What a fun day. Ah, lame. They're just gonna turn it around again. Fucking Bears, man. Well, it's turned bullish now. Yeah, but I don't like it. Like, I don't want to buy calls. Hmm. You guys ever live alone and then, like, you're like, I didn't fucking move that thing, but it's been moved? The fuck is that? Right? That's spicy. Nice. Drugs? I assume it's just alcohol, but it's called Get Some Sleep. Ah. Kenny's just trying to gaslight me. Imagine buying $1.50 calls earlier today and selling them for $10. And then doing the same thing with puts. I know, it's crazy. Can you explain share utilization? Be more specific. Word on the street is that NVIDIA will never ever go down again. Well, then I will. I'll have to, actually, because my port will be blown up at that point. Gotta post that deposit somehow, right? Have you ever used Nair on your undercarriage? No. It specifically says on the bottle not to do that, Popcorn Trader. Oh, never mind. You never finished Hooked on Phonics, did you? Yeah, I know. You just have to reignite the passion in the relationship, Mr. Poopy Pants. Or create jealousy. One of those things is probably better than the other. Does Hooked on Phonics come with a Pigeon Whale membership? No. But I have a referral link I can DM you. Hooked on Phoenix changed my life. Any thoughts on Uber tomorrow? I hate the company. That's all. VIX is getting turgid again, and I'm really hoping that I don't have to adjust this line for another bounce. Because I'm not in the mood. Fucking shills. Yeah, we get it. Any recommendation on an online furniture store? Don't buy furniture on the internet? You're gonna end up with cheap crap drop ship from China where the like varnish on the wood isn't fully dried yet by the time it gets to your house and spends the next year off gassing in your living room. Oh, and you're gonna pay like 500% over cost for it. You want outdoor chairs for the barbecue? Just get them from Costco. Consignment's where it's at. I mean, you probably also don't want furniture in your house that has chemicals on it from like the 70s and 50s. It did not give a shit about cancer back then. What if we want to huff varnish? You could do it a lot cheaper by just buying varnish. Yeah, I don't think huffing varnish is really a expensive pastime. I had a buddy who bought a $5,000 patio set that ended up being about 1/3 the size. Like for a playhouse. Why didn't he return it? What's your favorite Nicolas Cage movie? Nicolas Cage, that like movie that has Nicolas Cage in it, or Nicolas Cage movie? Those are two very different. Favorite Nicolas Cage movie is a tie between Lord of War and Con Air. Favorite movie that's about Nicolas Cage? Matchstick Men. Was Kick-Ass a good movie? Like, really, was it? I know. No, I haven't watched Beef. I probably won't ever watch Beef. You think low volume guy on Superstock will get to bust one today, or is he being blueballed? I don't know. I hate all of those idiots that try to make a name for themselves by doing nothing. Remember the trading sideways asshole? And the on RRP guy? And all of the DD on that subreddit? In the last 2 years, I've read at least 1,000 different DDs. They all suck. There's like 20 good ones, maybe. I read about the dry rivers after I left Superstock. Months before the words liquidity crisis were ever mentioned on CNBC. I think Sign Guy is still around. I think he's a billionaire. Do you know why Domo Capital is up the rear of Pitney Bowes? Because he invests based on copying Hestia's portfolio 5 months after they buy something? That's just a guess. Did you ever read When the River Runs Dry? That was a good DD. I know, I wrote it. It was funny when when RRP guy didn't post on time, so someone else would then a fight would occur, and they're trying to steal his thunder. Like, it was just info you could Google. When you draw lines, do you use the wicks or just the solid candles? It depends. Sometimes, I mean, usually I use the candles. There are instances where I will use the wicks, but I prefer not to. Greg, stop trying to steal valor for DD you allegedly wrote. We all know you used a beta version of Chat GPT that Kenny had custom programmed to discourage DRS. That's when you let the Knights of New sort it out? Oh, Jesus Christ. Why would you remind me of them? What the fuck even was that? Isn't the River Run Dry DD just copy pasta from Persian hieroglyphs on some ruins in modern day Iran? No. Who? Dollar Milkshake? Have you read the DD? Or wait, are you accusing Peruvian Bull of ripping off Dollar Milkshake? He is. What's your favorite Excel formula? I don't like Excel. I don't use it because, well, I get paid more than that. Sorry, people who get paid to use Excel. I guess those calls aren't going to make it. Spook, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs.
What Trailer Park Boys character best represents you?
Please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm Obama on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
I don't know. You remember the very brief not safe for work subreddit that existed of girls showing off their tatas for MOASS? That was one of the few good things GME did. The AMC one was better. I get paid using Excel. It's okay. I know you get paid more than me. I'm sorry. Randy? I don't eat that many cheeseburgers though, and my gut's not big enough. Julian? 2022 shirtless March OPEC stream. I thought Randy was guest streaming. I have way better traps than Randy does. Fuck you, Frank. Maybe Leahy. Didn't AMC invest a lot into gold diggers? Good times. Well, not really. I was just wondering if you could divulge your secret about how much you secretly love us scallywags. No. Have NVIDIA moved today made you consider rolling June puts to higher strikes? Not really. 250, 260 feels like a huge stretch, now being almost $30 out of the money with less than 50 DTE. Really? Weren't we at like 263 like a few days ago? No, it's just a dirt pit. And of course they didn't produce any gold. It's not an actual mine. That's the problem with speculators, is they just have land that might have some stuff in it, but they have no money to get it out. I don't know. I mean, I know they don't want it to fall into their sold puts, but they've pulled back a lot of those sold puts, so maybe it could. I'm more than happy with the drop from 4185 for now. It's a good sign, and there'll be fewer sold puts to the downside tomorrow. Hey Greg, I have a Bitcoin mine in my backyard. Trust me, bro, it's there for realsies, pinky promise. You live in China? When are you selling GME covered calls? Well, not today. Do people forget that NVIDIA went up almost $50 in 7 days? Because it can go down just as fast. Yes, it can. Faster, actually. Price volatility to the downside of the market is statistically much faster. Why the GME down, not up? Because people don't want to buy calls on it. Well, except for Lenixis. And also because Lenixis bought calls on it. Now one might say those are contradictory statements. They're not. When GME $17? I don't know, next couple of weeks. Lenixis is the open interest. I just want to know who in here sold him his calls. I know it's all of us, right? What percentage of the success of the stream do you attribute to your unfathomable rugged handsomeness? 100%. I'm not trying to slight you on your trading prowess, but it estimates, no, it's 100. It's all of it. This face brings the boys to the yard. I'm pretty sure that week after the GME run, the pickle jar sold so many calls, we crushed the IV. Maybe. It could be our fault. Who knows? Did we sell as many as DFE? Apparently not for him, Grim 2. Let's say the max obligations for ETF FTDs for GME. Yes. Unless Karl did the fucking math wrong again. But yeah. U.S. military tracking a balloon of unknown origin. I'm not even kidding. Awesome, we're getting balloons again? Could SPX fall below 4,000 this week? Sure. Will it? Probably not. But it definitely could. SPX could fall below 4,000 tomorrow. 4,000's not that far away. Got stopped out of my FSLR perts near yesterday's bottom. I can re-enter now cheaper. Thoughts on September 150, or is that a bit far out of the money? You might want to wait for a pullback. If energy pushes up on a market decline, sometimes, you know, FSLR gets some sympathy from that. I also took a bunch of profits, so I hear you. But, yeah, you may want to wait for a little bit of a pullback before re-entering. I don't feel like the balloons did much for the Bears last time. Now, if we get any more of those Ukraine rockets into Poland, never know. SPX hitting 4,000 tomorrow would be insanity. As insane as it going from 40.30 to fucking 41.80 in 2 days. Come on. Yes. I mean, we've seen more, right? I fucking love it. I wish the market would just move 300 basis points every day. There was a rumored Russian stray cruise missile in December, but it wasn't discovered until recently, supposedly. So it didn't make news. Such a lost opportunity. Shucks. Will this recession move us to a new all-time high? No, we're still 20% below the SPX's all-time high. We're very much entrenched in a bear market, regardless of, what the bulls might think. Quiet, Alan. Okay? I'll bring facts into this conversation. This is the new bull market. Oh, so it's different than like an actual bull market? I think they use the term cruise missile interchangeably for large missile, by the way. Remember when we put the 39 bulls on the stream? That was fun. You know, it's not easy for me to maintain this bearish demeanor. It's very against my beliefs. But shit's fucked. Someone needs to say it. Look at that. The 20 years almost at 4%. Meta's trading at like 250. And they're down 30% on every metric across the board. Thanks, Renzer. I did used to draw pickles. Mark Zuckerberg looks like a pug that's about to lick its own eyeball. Okay? Popcorn trader. Congratulations on your movement, Bob. Zucker pug? No, pugs aren't cute. They're disturbing. What's different this time about our impending default? Nothing. Yeah, big show then raise the ceiling. At the end of the day, Congress people want to keep getting paid. They'll do what's in their best interests. Don't you want the 20-year T-bill to have 10% yields like the early 80s? I mean, yes, because then I would buy a bunch of them. I don't think we have enough time into the end of the day for my 4150 puts to print. Like, it'd be cool. I kind of want to buy more of them, but $18 seems like a big drop. Yeah, maybe it could. We've seen crazier things happen in 25 minutes. That's true. That's why I'm going to give it a chance. Although I may not get a fill. I think 25 BPS with a terminal rate increase or hawkish guidance is most likely. 50 BPS probably isn't going to happen. I mean, FRC literally just failed, like, Friday, right? So that seems like a stretch. Although, stagflation's scary. Oh, my allergies are kicking in. Ah. I don't like that idea, Hazy. What if it banned me? If JPEG comes out with 50 BPS after FRC, the market may stop pricing in rate cuts. The market may stop pricing in everything if JPEG does 50 BPS. You still gonna do overnight straddle? Yep. Then JFresh takes over? Yeah, but then everyone else will just leave. No one wants to talk about the FDIC's bags all night. I get the feeling that, like, for JFresh, the last bastion of trust in our federal government was the FDIC. You know, they're quick and efficient. They do a job and they do it right, and they've always done it well throughout history. And now they don't. And I feel for him. I do. You think I'm sorry FTDs weren't that crazy today, but yeah, I would say probably. Fubo killed it today. Up 10%. Just moving. I mean, it's only 11 cents, but it's better than nothing, I guess. Did Lenixus close his puts? Did he inform Wall Street bets or his calls? Because if he closed them, then maybe we can run tomorrow. Can you share the NVIDIA options activity today? Sure. A bunch of sold calls were closed, and then a bunch of new sold calls were opened. I'm gonna grab some Hyatt puts with me, but I like Hyatt. They're like one of my favorite hotel chains. Looks like it's about to pull back. Really? Going into summer, shorting a hotel? Okay, it does look like it's gonna pull back. But I like them. You can't just sell your soul for money, turd. Why market red, Gork? I thought the bears were dead. I think they're just becoming bulls are just becoming bears. You can sell your soul, you just have to set a stop. You need to fractionalize your soul and sell covered calls on it. That's the way to handle it. On a long enough time horizon, all the bulls become bears. Yeah, that's true. All the bulls become bears the second there's a red candle. Bulls don't like red. It's Oh, what data do we have tomorrow? I don't think it's all that exciting. We have jolts, some factory orders. Yeah, that's about it. Red Book. No one gives a shit about that. Yeah, tomorrow's mostly just jolts, which will probably not be good. I'm trying out not blowing up my port with XSP instead of SPX. How's that going? Should we be selling Jimmy CCs at 17 for 5.9? You can do whatever you want. They're your shares. Bulls are Crips, Bears are Bloods. No, they're just they're both just the same. Nice, Mr. Madman. Well done. Is Jolt's data not good? Same like SPX to 5,000? I mean, there's just no good outcome to the labor data, right? Like none of it's, and it's becoming more and more that all the data sets are like that, right? Where there is no positive data anymore, right? Everything's contracting. Eventually, the labor market will contract, which is bearish, right? It's fewer people with fewer jobs, or more people with fewer jobs is, less money flowing into the system, which is, reduced profitability and reduced growth, right? And then, the systemic risk, like increased defaults. You thinking positive cash flow for GME in Q1? I'm thinking negative earnings and break-even cash flow. I think cash flows can move up. It depends on the number of leases closing across this quarter. Might be a little unpredictable. I mean, I expect revenues to be down, right? Without a doubt. But that doesn't mean that they can't find room in, the balance sheet to have positive EPS again. It's definitely less likely. But people are still spending money. How much longer do you think we can rally for? Weeks, months, quarters, hours? Spending money on dying pits? You mean the 141.55 put I have? Yes. Any bounce from puts closing out just negates any sell-offs. Well, you ideally want to close your puts at the same time that other people do, right? My state has blocked me from accessing Pornhub. What do? Wait, what? What state do you live in? Are you guys going down and overthrowing your state government? Probably Utah. That's the only place that could fly, right? Missouri sounds like misery. You have to say it the way they do. Missouri. That's got to be tough for the Mormons. Can't jerk off. Can't tell anybody that you're mad about it. Fuck, we better be positive. I didn't lay down my life and dignity for battery posts for us to have negative EPS again. It's true. Crime rates are about to skyrocket in Utah. Is that what you do when you can't jerk off, pie polar bear? You go out and commit crimes? Yeah, I believe that. Delta neutral hedge tonight? Yep. Straddle. Here, actually. Sounds like I need to get a NordVPN deal for my Utah viewers. Utah. Gamma Max strangle on NVIDIA overnight. I'm not going to. You do what you want. You don't think us going into the FOMC meeting at 4130 is sufficient for JPOW to lay the hammer down? Just by saying NordVPN, it's been summoned. You're going to regret this. I doubt it. I rarely regret anything I do. Please don't tell Turdferg that I switched to rechargeable AA and AAA batteries. I don't think he can take another disappointment. I buy all my batteries from Amazon, and they're all rechargeable, and I never use them for anything. Regretted not taking profits on Freg's Day. Yeah, but if I had taken profits on Freg's Day, would I have been massively over leveraged into March OPEX? Probably not, right? Everything happens for a reason. You just have to let the universe guide your course. Don't ever try to manifest anything. Do the opposite of manifesting. Do you regret taking your shirt off on stream? No, it was hot. I regret not selling all of my GME in March of 2022. I regret not selling it all before Cohen opened his mouth on June 9th. Do you want us all to masticate? I mean, you can if you want to. It's, for people who don't know, that's just chewing. Thanks, RC's newest bag holder. Fubo up, GME down. All my sold options were correct. Buckle up. Fuck me. Do you regret the Long Island house deal? I don't like that I have a house. I really thought he would have just paid me. But I mean, if I successfully turn it into a sexy den of shushing for only librarians, then I've succeeded. That never would have happened if I didn't have the house, right? I don't have any room for librarians in my apartment. Well, not more than like a couple. In Louisiana, you now have to enter your driver's license and prove you're over 18 to access Pornhub. Can't you just use like incognito mode or something? Hold on. All right. Where were we? Think we'll see some downside tonight based on today's price action. We could. I don't want to out you, but some of your mannerisms and way of speaking is like an accountant. Were you once, or are you a closest closet accountant? No, I wasn't an accountant, nor would I ever be one. The idea of being a human calculator that knows rules is very upsetting to me. I'm glad you're alive. Salutations. Do you think Freg is actually JPOW? Maybe. Do you think Mormons will be able to contain their white? Absolutely not. Do you think SPX 3900p 3DTE will go ITW in the way? Ooh, that should be a term for options. So, like, if you expect a move, like, to the downside, you would get an option that's in the way. We could normalize this. You have at the money. You have out of the money. But this guy right here, in the way. In the white? Yeah. I don't think we need to ruin its potential by sexualizing it too much. I mean, it's higher volume than we have most days, isn't it? I mean, FTDs are netted, Rob, with CNS. So, they're used to satisfy current orders on the books. But it does drive up some volume, just not a lot. No, I'd rather not be around any accountants if possible. The only accountant I know of in here is Bipolar Bear, and I can't stand him. He acts like all the other accountants. Maybe he's a little less funny than they are, but they're a sad people. So you're saying the option is initially when purchased, it's in the way, but as the price target ultimately is realized, it's in the white? I like that. Do you have any Fubo CCs open? No. I didn't even make that much money. I just had a good time. Stream was hilarious as fuck today. Thank you, NW. I appreciate it, man. There's always tomorrow. Does Pickle Financial have an account? I have an accountant. I prefer to not talk to him as much as possible. It's true, us accountants are sad. I don't know how I became one in the first place. People promised you 6 figures in an easy life. I know you do, Pie Buller Bear. Isn't he your actual friend, though? Yeah. Yeah. But then he became an accountant. So it's... Not only is he an accountant, he's a tax lawyer, which might be worse. I have to confess, I don't have a portfolio. I only come here to quip one-liners. Been riding high from my jellyfish joke for weeks now. Nice, Infinite Atrophy. That's what I like to hear. Don't participate in these fraudulent markets. They'll rob you blind and fuck your wife. Anyway, today is over, and the market moved down slightly, which is a shift in direction. Looks like we're going to be stair-stepping the other way for a little bit. Down 5 whole basis points on the day. Bears in absolute distress. Also bulls. GME down on the day. Thanks, Lenixus, for fucking that one up for us. And VIX slightly up. Everything's still fucked, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a lovely evening.